Woohoo!
Yes, and if I can do this properly. Hello and welcome, Internet, to Land Beyond the Mist. We are running a little late, as is usual. If you are not familiar with Seekers, this is about our normal start time. So, I'm very excited to play through this campaign. I have wanted to do a West Marches drop in, drop out kind of game for a long time. I have failed at least a couple of times in real life to do it, and now I have the opportunity to run one with my friends and the people I've met in Discord and streaming, so I'm really excited to make that happen. Joining me today, if you're not familiar with them, are my good friends, Mike. He's from around here. I met him playing D&D at a game shop. It is super awesome.
And then we were roommates for 2 years.
And then we were roommates for 2 years, yeah.
Oh, don't press that button. Holy cow.
And he may or may not have his kid disconnect him from the stream, so A+ experience there. You may or may not be familiar with Sean. He's a good friend of mine from Neil's streams, and we've played in a lot of games together. This is Faye. You may know her from Legends of Arcadia, as well as other Twitch streams as well, with the Koibu crew. She's an awesome player. I'm very happy to have her with us for our first time through. And Millman, of course, it goes without introduction, I think. If you don't know Millman, you need to. He is hilarious and also the thirstiest streamer on Twitch.
Thank you. I was waiting for that. Oh my god. I thought my title was going to be taken away from me.
No one can ever take that away from you. It is
Actually,
part of your forever.
Yeah, not Millman, of course.
Awesome.
It's funny though. I also met you on.
We met on Shenanigans, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We did.
Yeah, so lots of
I
big
had a
D&D
tendency to
energy
die
here. You have a tendency to die in most games.
It's true.
So, you are all going to be playing in our first session of Land Beyond the Mist. So, welcome one and all. Let's give a little bit of an explanation in. So, this is a land beyond the Mist Mountains.
Oh, wait, no, I have my coffee. It's right here, sorry.
Nice.
Hang on.
Good.
Greg, I'm
Coffee
gonna
is
mute
important.
myself while I talk to my wife.
Sure enough, man. In this land beyond the Mist Mountains, there is a whole world of unexplored people. There's a bit of a write-up in the Discord, but for our intents and purposes, after the goblinoids in the Old Kingdom were driven back beyond the mists, expeditions were sent out to civilize it and push forward. And for the most part, they have failed, leaving a large land to the north of strange wilds, unexplored mysteries, and ruins from civilizations both recent and ancient. Shortly beyond the mist, at the very end of the northern point of the King's Road, is the city of Farfield Keep, which is where we will begin and end every adventure. Hopefully, that's where we'll end every adventure. Maybe you'll die along the way, maybe not. But inside of it is kind of the furthest point of civilization and the small villages and fields that surround it. There are mysteries of large amounts of treasure and untold mysteries and ancient secrets and magics to uncover out in the wilds. Inside the tavern of the Cloak and Stagger, where we will kind of meet and gather every new adventure, is a large oaken table, which I can show the stream here, on which is carved rudimentary map of those kind of surrounding area of Farfield Keep. These are things that other adventurers have taken the time to come back to and scratch into the old wooden table. This gives you kind of a reference point for where you're off and where you're going. So, that's enough of my blathering and enough of an introduction. Let us go around the table here and introduce our characters that we've brought today. I'm just going to go in the same order I introduced you. So, Mike, if you're done chit-chatting with the waifu, who have you brought to the table today?
Unmute. There we go.
Nice.
I have brought my child to the table. No,
Ooh. You're role-playing as a 2-year-old. An interesting choice.
Right. I'm an Aarakocra, though, so I'm full grown.
Oh,
no,
very nice.
I'm actually not an Aarakocra. I am going to be playing as... What did I name myself? Gillibrand Goldenthroat, a halfling. I was about to say a halfling gnome. That's not a class. A halfling bard is the word that I was looking for.
Gildenbrand Goldenthroat. Excellent. Any
Gillibrand.
okay, Goldenthroat.
Yeah. Gil
Excellent.
for short. You just call him Gil.
Perfect. So, Gil, what should we know about you? Anything in particular, or just that you are a bard of great persuasion?
Yeah. Yeah, you want to play with the microphone. Not the best choice at this exact moment in time. Dad's talking. After I'm done talking, you can go ahead and mute it, though. That's fine. Bye-bye. I'm bored, Dad. Gil is a minor noble. Has sort of name recognition. He is an announcer. So he goes around sporting events, fights, gladiator arenas, that kind of thing, and he does the stadium announcing for those events.
Well, very interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so that is.
I also have a vuvuzela as my instrument of choice.
That is a great. That was going to be my next question. Is what did you play? Vuvuzela, excellent choice. Gets that nice buzzing sound ready for your announcements.
Right.
Very good. All right. So Sean, who are you playing at the table, and what should we know about him?
I am playing Yana. She is a cleric from like a small like animal herding nomad community. She recently became an adult in the community, and for clerics to become adults, they need to go on some sort of pilgrimage and bring back something new. Could be like knowledge, could be an item, something that will change and improve the way that people in the community live.
You could say that they have to go out and seek something.
Yeah. Some might call her a seeker.
Very nice.
Most probably would not.
Well, you picked an excellent location to go out and seek new knowledge and new things. I don't know. Anything else to add, or is that gonna wrap her up?
Yeah, she's got a whole bunch of. I took the skilled feat, so she's got like 7 or 8 skills.
Very handy for an adventure.
He also plays the pan flute, and that's about it.
Are any of those skills wilderness survival based, or are we just gonna die?
I technically tribal nomad gets you outlander, so I am very good at navigating.
That's
Thank
good.
God.
Excellent. So that brings us to Faye.
Yes.
Who are you playing today?
I am playing Hella today, who's not very good at navigating, so she's really glad to have some people around who know about these things.
Excellent.
It's not that Hella is not a particularly smart person. She mainly gets through life using her elbows. If you look at her, you will immediately see that she's the fighter type. She is still kind of young. She's a human, blue eyes, light blonde hair, a little bit gruff around the edges, but once you get to know her, not too bad. Yeah, and she's clearly here to find a contract and to make some money. You know, you can tell she's not here for the nice conversation and the lovely beer. So.
Lovely beer. Good to know. Witha is very appreciative of your compliments to the beer of the Cloak and Stagger. She's tried very hard to get the right ingredients and the right connections through the Royal Guard. It has not been easy, so that is made Witha's night. Excellent. Well, thank you. And finally, Milman, who have you brought to the table today? And odds on 4 or 5 minute death.
God damn it! Actually, I have a 10-minute survival time
okay.
average.
Over under.
Betting starts at 10 minutes for Milman today.
Okay, but I
The
bring
over-under.
my favorite Leon Brass shield, a dragonborn monk from a dwarven village far, far away.
Okay.
He pretty much is a brewing monk. His patron that he prefers is the traveler, so his whole thing is just moving on, traveling and finding new things. It's funny. It sounds really like weird, but that was my thing. Like when I made him originally, it was a monk that didn't have a home. Like his backstory is he comes from a dwarven village that was destroyed by a troll.
Okay.
He saved the town by burning the troll, but it also burned the village to the ground, and he was the sole survivor.
A
Yes.
true believer in the kill it with fire folklore. I can
Exactly.
appreciate that. I think
Right?
all of Twitch chat can enjoy killing things with fire. So you're in good company here. So
don't
I
worry,
am interested by a
he's
little
adept
portion
at
of your backstory
reviving.
here. So you're a dragonborn from a dwarven village.
Yes.
How did
And
that
his
come
whole
about?
thing. Well, I'm assuming that his one parent was a human that obviously was shunted for getting with a dragonborn lady and or
Oh,
man, and then decided to live with the dwarves. To if you're going to be shunted, at least be shunted for being the human amongst the dwarves.
well, it sounds like he has found a perfect place to come find himself.
Exactly.
Yeah, there are plenty of new things out here, and far away from the shaming of sleeping with, I don't know, different people.
I don't know. I just work here.
So, the four of you have gathered in the recent reopening of the Cloak and Stagger under new management, with a weathered, gray-haired woman pulled back into a bun. She has the hard lines of adventure written in bold across her features, and she's happy to ply you with drinks and tales of revelry. But the four of you have come together with an itch for adventure. So I will take us to the map here and tell me, what did the four of you decide to adventure to today? Are you taking one of the job posts from the board in the corner of the bar, or are you looking at the potential of the world map here and deciding to mark out on your own somewhere new?
Last I remember, we were arguing about that.
Yeah, that tree. I still vote we go check out that tree.
My vote remains going to get that buried treasure.
I folded on mine. I
Yeah.
was like, we could bring back a bandit alive, but then everybody was like, of course you want to die. And then I handed my card thing.
The bandit quest is cursed for this group. We can't do it.
So I've now handed in my...
As long as I don't try and solo an orcish war chief, we should be just fine.
yes.
Yeah, that seems like a good plan.
I think, anyway.
All right. Well, you should decide on a course of adventure quickly here, or we will be spending a lot
Faye,
of time in a bar.
what was yours again?
Hella voted for going to the Gold Hills and digging up the treasure because the alternatives, the one where we would go after Mad-Eye Manning sounded deadly. The gold sounded nice, but there was a lot of gold for one person, so she thinks that, that might be too risky. And Herb Gatherers, well, she's not an outlandish person, like an outdoorsy person. She doesn't know anything about herbs, so that sounds boring as hell, so she votes for digging up that treasure. Even though
I
the
bought a
person who put
shovel.
up this quest doesn't seem particularly smart, but, whatever. Money's money.
Are you making fun of the one lone apothecary in town?
I don't know, maybe. Maybe.
Oh man, Rose Thistlewood will be so sad.
I know.
All right.
I've highlighted the tree that I proposed that we investigate on the map for everyone.
Excellent. You
So,
you
well,
spend some time arguing about where to go, and you just see Gildenbrand with a knife just carving a square around this tree. Like, what? This is the one.
And then I use prestidigitation to make it light blue.
Very good. So,
I found that tree to be remarkably suspicious in its detail compared to all the other ones. There must be something relevant about it.
As much as I think it's a pretty dank meme, I also know this is a hand-drawn map that's essentially just like somebody's representation of the area. So I'm a little less skeptical of that tree. Also, it's like right on the border of the badder, more dangerous zones, and I don't know if I want to mess with that at level 1.
We have a 10-minute over/under for Millman. We gotta.
I'm
Yes, we
trying
gotta
to
hurry up and go.
survive here.
Wait, does Millman automatically succeed because we started half an hour late? Like,
oh no, I think it was 10
No.
minutes from introduction.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 minutes once.
However,
Well, 10 minutes from the start of
you're
actual play.
you're spending enough time in the tavern that he may just win it on technicality
right?
here.
Yeah.
So ideally, I would like to have.
I do not plan to die on these roads.
Hella's going to bang her fist on the table, and she's going to look at Wither, and she's going to say, "So, presumably, if we wanted to take the quest and go to the Gold Hills, how does that work? Do we have to talk to a person first? Do we just make our way there? What's the deal here?"
For the buried treasure,
Yes.
we should probably ask the man who posted about it. He'd probably know more about where it's buried.
Those
That
mountains
person
seem
in
quite
town.
worthy.
Yes, so, you see Wither just kind of slink her way over to the table with shot glass in hand, of course, big towel, drying it off. This is the predisposed nature of all bartenders in the universe. And she kind of looks at you funny and says, I hear you're trying to start an adventure and didn't follow the rules and pick one ahead of time. She says, if you were looking for the buried treasure, everyone knows old Luke and his tragic family story. He keeps posting on Flint's board, and Flint keeps threatening to flog him. And I think Flint might be a bit of a softie, because I've never seen him actually get flogged, but it'll get taken down eventually. You can find him just over in the stalls in the merchant quarter. He'll be peddling cabbages, Luke the cabbage salesman, of course, trying to make him buy. He always claims that his grandfather had gold buried in the hills. No one's ever found it, but feel free to go look for it.
Well, it sounds to me like even if there's no buried gold, there's at least one person who's interested in this guy not whining anymore and putting up stuff on the job board, so at least we would make our way out with a few gold, I imagine.
You'd have to talk to Flint, but I've heard that he's amenable to people dishing out floggings for him.
Perfect. Oh. Do we need a drink first, or do we want to head over to Mr. Cabbage?
Oh,
take
everyone
one for
needs
the road.
drinks. Yes, one for the road. She...
Okay, well, I'm fine.
I'll pay for hers.
Excellent. She gets a round of dark brown dwarvish beer, fresh from the King's
tastes like
Road.
Rome.
Yep, and pours it out for each of you. In this case, there's a special going on because the tavern is new. It is on the house, and you have beer to go.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
I like this.
Bottoms
place.
up.
Hell yeah.
So, you go to seek out Luke the cabbage dealer, I presume? He is relatively easy to find, as he is one of the only people in the market selling cabbages. He's a rather full stall, and he is hawking them to the best of his little heart's content. He is a small, slight man, barely into his early 20s, with a big hooked nose, doing his best to catch the eye of anyone walking by, cabbage in hand. Like, will you look at my cabbages? They're so succulent! But no one is catching, or no one is buying at the moment.
When we approach, I wanna face him and be like, "You could feed an army with all these cabbages.
Oh,
Why are you
I
struggling to
could.
sell them?"
Well, it just seems no one wants to buy them. Do you see? Look how well, plump and juicy this cabbage came out. Oh, my sister's farm is perfect. We use pig shit to fertilize them. That's the secret. Could I interest you in them? Are you going off? Please, I have many succulent cabbages.
Do you want to ask him about the gold in the hills? I'll take 2 cabbages.
Perfect. That'll be a copper per cabbage. Here you go. And he hand selects the 2 best cabbages from his pen. Happy to have made a sale today. And then he thinks for a moment and says, "Wait, are you asking about my grandfather's gold?" Yes, you saw my post. Please, you need to find it. Everyone, they laugh at me. They tell us how foolish we are, my whole family. And we are rich, I'm telling you. Look, I will let you take as much of the gold as you can carry yourselves if you will find it and bring it back, and just tell everyone that my grandfather is not a liar and my family is 100% on the up and up. It has caused us so much aggravation.
All right, that's it. We're using encumbrance rules, and I just found out that the reward for this quest is how much gold we can carry, which is nothing. We're moving on. That tree is
Maybe his
back on the menu.
grandfather also buried a donkey and a cart. You never know.
Carry 100 pounds of gold. So I feel like we're set.
Okay. Well, I'll look at Luke and I'll say, no offense, but nobody here is particularly interested in your tragic family history. If you
but
could
it's
make
so
it snappy
tragic.
and just tell us where to go and what to expect.
Well, according to my grandfather, he was a great adventurer, and he stumbled upon a great dwarven cache of jewels and gems and coins, and he was in the process of bringing it back to town when he was attacked by a vicious man-eating bird and its flock of strange other birds. I don't really understand that part of the story. He was a much better storyteller than me, actually. Maybe this is why I sell cabbages. Anyway, he was attacked, and he couldn't escape because the birds could fly and much, much faster than him. He was getting dive bombed. His manservant was killed. His poor wife was grievously wounded, and so he buried all of the treasure underneath a red willow deep in the hills. And underneath this red willow, there's a marker. He only took with him a single coin. I have it. Where is it? Where's the lucky coin? Ah, here. And he shows you a golden coin. As any dwarf could tell you, it is clearly of dwarven mint. And there is an old marking on it that is irrecognizable to people from the lands south of the Land of Mist. It is foreign mark and of foreign shape, kind of oblong almost. And the mark on it, while clearly dwarven, doesn't ring any bells for anyone who speaks dwarven or anyone who is familiar with the way dwarven mint is in the south. It is completely unfamiliar. He kind of shows you the glint of gold flashing in the sunlight. If you find these, that's it, surely.
Do you know how far away your grandfather found the treasure from the spot he buried it?
By the way he tells it, it was a 2-day trip into the Gold Hills. So I guess about 3 days in total. It takes a little while to get there. And he found it at the base of the Pale Steps. But that's not where he buried it. He buried it retreating from there on the way, underneath a red willow.
Do I know about the Pale Steps and what those are exactly? I mean, I see them on the map, but
You have seen them on the map. I don't know. Have you explored it before?
Unless they are somehow related to like military and mercenary adventures, I don't think I would have heard of them. If this is like some archaeological old place, I don't think I would know anything about it. It's like, oh, there's been, a great fight going on back at the Pale Steps, and that might be different.
No, it sounds like you are unfamiliar with them other than their marking on the tavern table.
Okay, I'll say, well, excellent. If you don't mind, I'm going to bring that back to you, and I'll pick up the coin and I'll try to take it.
No, my grandfather's coin! Why?
Well, because it's lucky. Do you want us to be lucky on this adventure or not? You said it's a lucky coin, huh?
Yeah. Look, people don't usually come back from adventures. I kind of want my grandfather's coin.
Well, do you want all of it? Like, you're going to get another coin from me if we come back. It's not just going to be this one.
Okay, I guess. Thank you for taking the quest. Please don't die. Bring back the coin.
Sure. No worries. I'll take the coin and I'll flick it over to Yana. I'll say you take this.
Sure.
Good luck! Buy more cabbages when you get back.
I will.
Excellent.
If I survive. I plan to survive.
Okay.
I'll bring back your
Use
coin.
the money you earn from my quest to buy cabbages from me.
Okay.
That one understands.
Has anybody ever been to the Gold Hills before? Because I have no idea what's there.
No, I arrived here a short while ago.
The Gold Hills, by reputation, are to the east. The beginning of the area itself is about a day's ride to the east, and to the north. It's a large area, but this is largely an easterly trip. And they are notorious for having large amounts of spiders, and also for being very difficult on carts. Finding wagons and carts paths through the cliff faces and winding hills can be quite challenging, according to those who have talked about it in the tavern.
You said spiders?
Spiders, yes.
Okay.
Does anybody have ways to deal with poison? Because I surely don't.
I was about to say we should go and see the apothecary.
I know my way around herbalism if we have some plants that could serve as an antitoxin. I'd have to know what the poison's made of first, though. I have to make it
Cabbage
specifically for the poison that we encounter. Maybe the apothecary in town would know more.
That's what I just said. I was gonna ask the cabbage man.
I'm
where
sorry.
The healer is.
Oh, well,
I
everyone knows
apologize.
where Rose is. So she runs Thistle's Blooms, a very creative name in this town. It's just past the market over on the right. You'll find it, no problem. And he gives you step-by-step directions on getting there if you need them. The Thistle
Go that way.
Blooms apothecary is a kind of small wooden building off to the side of the market. The shop smells faintly sweet of spices and herbs. You can see pots growing fresh herbs in the windowsills and in kind of the porch on the outside of it. As you enter, you see a small halfling woman with kind of like brownish hair flowing down to about shoulder length. She wears a big robe full of patterned twigs and leaves on it. As she sees you enter the shop, she kind of hops down off of a stool where she was placing finished product on the shelves, kind of claps her hands, says, "Oh, welcome to Rose's Apothecary. Well, what can I do for you? I am so happy to have guests."
I was wondering if you happen to know anything about the spiders that are said to be in the Golden Hills?
Oh, yes, of course. Many people die to them, actually. Mostly from bites, not so much from poison, shockingly. But they do have a little bit of poison. I have made some antidotes in the past, but I do run out from time to time. If you're going to the Gold Hills, could I pay you for poison glands from the spiders?
Of course. Do you happen to have a sample of that poison as well? I know my way around herbalism myself. I could attempt to create some antitoxin of my own.
Unfortunately, no. As I said, I am out of poison glands, so I would be happy to buy them from you, or if you went to adventure for them yourself, then you would, of course, be able to cut them out of the spider. I do have some finished anti-venom, if that could help you. I don't know how good you are at reverse engineering my work.
You say you're an herbalist, right?
Yes, apothecary by trade, actually.
Was there any chance that you might happen to have some citronella then?
Oh, I don't know what that is. Actually, Greg doesn't know what that is. What is citronellum?
It's the plant that you burn that makes mosquitoes and other bugs stay away from you.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yeah, I figure we'll just throw a bunch of that in a cart, and the spiders should leave us alone, right?
Oh, I would be happy to. I'd be happy to sell it to you. She'll let you buy by the pound citronellum. It'll cost you 5 silver for a pound of it.
All right.
I take it antitoxin would be book price, so it would be 50 GP for one.
That is correct. She will sell you the vials of antitoxin for 50 gold each.
I will. Yeah, I'll just if we can get a sample, I can make my own.
I look at her. How big are these glands? Do I need a
um,
jar? Or...
About the size. Well, not of my fist. She grabs your fist and she holds it up. About this big.
Do you have a couple of jars that big?
Yeah, yes. I
don't
do,
want
in
it
fact.
in my bag.
Ah, very good. I can sell you some jars, absolutely. Actually, you know what? You're doing me a favor. I can part with them for free. That is how Magnanimous Roses. Here, and she follows herself into the back, kind of motioning you on. And you
Yeah,
can see a big
follow her
workspace kind of behind all the shelves, where there are plenty
I've got-
of vials and plants and herbs and powders and a pestle, and she sorts around, finds some clean ones, hands them over.
I'm like standing there holding my tail so I don't knock any shelves or anything. I'm like,
One
Today I
second.
learned that citronella is actually made from lemongrass. Did not know that.
There you go.
yes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
These are gonna smell nice when we die to spiders.
Right?
Okay, so
but-
how many did she hand
alright.
me, real quick?
She will hand you 4 like vials about fist size.
Okay.
Was it Seekers that we spent like an hour one episode learning random camel facts, or was that a different D&D stream that I was on?
I don't know.
Actually, on Seekers
No,
we learned
Seekers was
deer
one where we
facts.
argued for 30 minutes about whether or not
Right. Yeah, it was
spoiled deer was going to poison us. Or no, we were going to die to inert gas asphyxiation. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm glad that we're continuing the trend of learning random facts on Greg's streams of like, hey, citronella is made from lemongrass.
If you,
So
I
who's buying
have.
the lemongrass? Did you buy the lemongrass? Do
Uh,
we need
oh,
to
yeah.
have
How
money
much is
for
that?
lemongrass?
I'm gonna buy like 6 pounds of lemongrass.
All right. You have
For a
6
whopping
pounds of
3 gold.
lemongrass.
Wait, we're using encumbrance rules.
You
I'm
are
gonna buy
using
one.
encumbrance.
I'm gonna buy 1 pound.
Leon will time up.
I can carry it for you if you'd
Yeah,
like.
Leon, could you carry some of this food for me? I can carry the citronella. There's a I pull out like a, it's a lantern that looks a lot more archaic. Like if you've seen those sort of more ancient lanterns that are like made out of all metal or clay or something, and they have like a window that you open to be like a bullseye lantern. It's one of those, but there's like a slot to burn incense inside of it.
Yeah, I can carry more food.
Alright.
I like
Could
food.
you carry 20 pounds of food?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
What is this, a fucking
You're getting 10
bazaar?
rations here, Millman.
Oh, you guys done trading?
But I can carry the citronella and burn that for us.
All right. So, are there any other preparations you want to make before heading out into the Golden Hills?
I have
Uh,
cabbages.
You do have cabbages.
They
What?
said that it's difficult to take a cart through the
It
hills.
is.
Should we leave the mule behind and instead we can we could go on foot? I'm pretty good at navigating difficult terrain. We could try cresting hills. If we're looking for a red willow, it'd probably be easier if we climb the hills and look from a vantage point.
We could also take the mule but leave the cart behind because mules are pretty good at climbing shit.
That's
You know,
true
just
too.
take the animal but don't take the cart.
Just give it like saddlebags or something.
I could probably buy us a goat as well if we really need to get desperate with our mountain climbing.
Battle goat, yes.
I don't believe war goats are available for sale. I think you're going to have to
Not
train
yet.
your own war goat.
The goat more because they can climb borderline sheer cliffs.
Can
That's
you give
why
us
I
a
was
battle
like-
bleat, Millman?
No, not today.
Not today. No battle bleat today.
It's too early.
So
It's
Greg, I know
4
a fair
a.m.
amount about animals. How do mules do in like steep hills?
You are quite certain that the mule will do fine.
Okay.
Going through the Golden Hills, there are plenty of stories of people bringing their pack animal. The carts themselves are the ones that struggle and
Okay.
make you go slower.
All right. How much are saddlebags? I can buy us some saddlebags really fast.
Saddlebags are available in the market at Farfield for book price. If you want, I can look that up for you real quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking it up too. But whoever finds it first, I guess. Are they not in the book?
They
Well,
are. They are.
saddle, a riding saddle is 10 GP. Saddlebags 4 GP, 8 pounds.
There you go.
Okay. I'll
like
get
it.
some saddlebags for your mule.
And please
I like
track
that
the encumbrance of the mule as well.
I was gonna say I like that it tells us how much the saddlebags weigh, as though it's not gonna be the mule carrying them.
Well, hey, sometimes you got to do it. But please do it. I expect that you will not encumber your mule, but it will matter for hex traveling.
Okay. Yeah.
So you have So you have gotten the information from Luke of the Cabbage. You have bought some lemongrass from the herbalist, and you have purchased a saddlebag for your mule. Is there any other preparations you make, or is it time to leave town and begin your adventure toward the Gold Hills?
To the mountains,
Is
off we
there
go.
anything else? Yeah, let's. I think
Alright.
I'm ready if everyone else is.
One thing. If we're going out adventuring and we expect to come back, I think it would be a good idea if one of us would have some sort of recording tool, like a piece of paper and some charcoal or something, just to sketch out the area we're going to.
We
Absolutely.
all turn to the bard.
The bard's armor and rapier take up like half of his 8 strength encumbrance, so
I can carry it if you can use it.
it's not actually quite half. But yes, I can write. I know how to write.
I just don't think you'll be able to read what I scribble. So
All right. So if you would like to make cartographical notes, you are more than welcome to. We will... I don't have a mechanical way for you to do that more or less good, right? Even if you were to roll really well. You have a map in Roll20, and it is your prerogative to mark it up, along with anyone else who goes out and adventures or watches the show. So take notes, mark what you find and what you see, and it is, the world is your oyster as it comes to being cartographical.
I'm at 1 page. I'm working.
Am I correct in assuming that the little like cluster of buildings with the palisade around it is the starting area?
Yes.
Okay. So
That
one
is
thing on the
Farfield
map
Keep.
that isn't actually labeled.
Yes, directly in the center of the map is Farfield Keep, at the end of the King's Road, just to the north of the mist. So,
Okay.
all right, you are finally ready after 50 minutes of town gaming to adventure. So, you pack up your bags, you've marked down all of your encumbrance. It is time to begin traveling. So, I want somebody at the start of the day to be the navigator for the party.
Yeah, I can. I'll offer to take care of it.
Okay.
I want to try and like lead us not through like a path through the mountains, but like climbing up hills and trying to like crest ones that look like they'll give us good vantage points. And like with that navigation, I want to try and find like good paths to like climb up these mountains so that people aren't stuck like climbing sheer cliffs.
Absolutely. That is all part of being a navigator. So, give me a desired destination. What is the general route you intend to take for the day's travel? And go ahead and give me a navigation check. I believe our standard will be survival wisdom, unless you have some other way that navigating is going to be important for your desired
It's survival.
route.
Okay. I do have survival wisdom, so that works out just fine for me. So I get advantage, right, for the Outlander feature.
Correct. So, for being an
So I'm going to
Outlander-
try and lead us. They said like the base of the Pale Steps. I'm going to try and lead us sort of in like this north-right direction and kind of like crest over these hills as we go.
Okay.
North, right.
You will be going northeasterly, just in a straight line, attempting to get to the Pale Steps.
Yeah, and I guess zigzagging in the microcosmic sense of like trying to find promising hills for
Absolutely.
good vantage points because we're looking out for a red willow.
Absolutely. So, give me your navigation roll for the day.
19.
And that is a 19. Perfect. So, you begin your trek. As you leave Farfield Keep, you see kind of small trails and roads, but mostly just kind of empty fields. And this area is well cultivated. This is a good soil. And as you travel northeasterly, you pass through farming land, small villages and towns. The occasional traveler will pass you by. They're used to seeing adventurers on their way, as is common for people to leave. And as you travel 12 miles out, slowly that fades away. And you can see coming on your horizon the hills in front of you, and you are now fully immersed in the wilderness. I am going to have each of you roll a d6, one each, for potential encounters, and I will roll a d6 for discovery along the way. All right.
All right. I rolled a 6. That's either great or terrible. We'll find out.
So, As you travel, what is it like for your party as you have set out for the first time going through here? You see the Gold Hills coming up ahead of you, and you're beginning to leave this kind of pasture land and civilization behind as you enter the wilds.
I feel some giddy in my step. Like as a wandering monk, being out in the middle of nowhere is more home than being in town. So me and Courage are just happy as Larry, just cruising along.
Just cruising along. Okay. What about the rest of you? You just traveling in silence? What is it like as you travel through here?
I think Yana will probably talk to people as we're traveling, like especially for this first part where we're still in civilization. There's not a whole lot of, I would imagine, navigation or like there's probably not a whole lot of work that needs to be done while we're traveling through the farmlands. So I think she's probably gonna fall back and try and talk to the others in the party and learn a little bit more about them.
Alrighty.
So I'm gonna take this cabbage and I'm going to mix it with half of my ration, and I'm going to add water and I'm going to make a soup. It's going to be amazing.
All right. As you are in the middle of this stirring conversation, you realize that the pasture land has given way to sharp rolling hills. Ravines cut through the path, and the kind of nice cultivated grasses and shrubs have given way to a rockier soil with juniper and the kind of dry brush growing big and heavy, along with swaying wild grasses. The path begins to undulate in front of you. Even the places that are fairly shallow have a rise and a fall to them. Occasional cliffs rise up on either side. As the conversation turns, you stumble across an odd scene. Some 50 feet in front of you, as you kind of crest a rise, you see a rocky ravine that is the path your navigator has chosen, leading through a kind of narrow valley. From there, you spy 5 badgers of incredible size, each of them probably the size of a small pony or horse, and they are in pitched combat with a giant of a humanoid-looking thing. It seems to be at least 10 or 15 feet tall, with a giant club in one hand. It is attempting to grab and catch these badgers. It tries to bash them on the head. It doesn't seem to be trying to outright kill them. It seems, to your eyes, that it is trying to capture them. To continue forward, you're going to have to get past them in some way. But as of now, the ogre or giant or whatever is in front of you seems to be preoccupied with its attempts to capture these giant badgers. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm not fighting that thing.
Could we
I
sneak
think-
around?
I'm just thoroughly puzzled by this. Is there a way to sneak past this?
It
in
looks
any way?
quite difficult. Perhaps you could try, but in order to move forward, there's kind of these large cliff faces. They're not sheer, but they would be quite difficult to climb, and the path leading forward is blocked by the scene in front of you.
Should we wait? Eventually, that thing will finish whatever it's doing here. As long as it doesn't come our way, we could simply
was
go
my
after
question.
it leaves.
Is it going to come this way or is it going to go that way? And if we go that way behind it, it could be living on the road.
It's possible.
Do you reckon us and the badgers could figure something out?
I suppose there's always the chance, but I don't know that badgers would be terribly grateful that we helped them evade the ogre. They might just attack us afterwards.
I think I could calm the badgers.
Can you talk to animals?
I can't talk to them, but I could probably convince them we're not a threat. As long as you stay back.
I don't know, if we go in there and we kill an ogre that was attacking them, they might not be convinced that we're terribly less threatening than the ogre was to begin with.
Animals will think anything is dangerous, but it's more about showing intent.
Do ogres inherently have a bad rap in this world, or is it like anything goes and there are really nice ogres out there, Greg?
What do you know of ogres?
know. Can I make a check?
Sure.
I mean, I've heard a thing or two, you know, probably.
How
What
have
is
you
it?
heard of ogres in your life?
Well, I've been so I guess I'm not entirely sure what the law is, but I used to work for some sort of army regiment as a quartermaster a while back, right? So I didn't do the fighting, but I handed out the rations, handed out the weapons and stuff like that. So I would overhear, the people of the regiment talk a lot about what they fought and what they encountered. So like an encounter that isn't that exotic would be something I probably would have overheard. And maybe the story is like not quite.
So it sounds like
but-
that's a charisma check to me to have found information about your foe from people you've talked to in the past. I think that if you were proficient in history, that could apply, unless you have some other skill. But lacking any information yourself, go ahead and give me a charisma check modified by an appropriate skill.
Okay, so charisma, perception.
Perception, sure, to overhear. So this wasn't at your active participation. You were just sitting in the corner listening to other people, and you're trying to catch snippets of their
figuring out who
conversation.
was the most truthful one, right? Like,
Okay.
out of these boisterous stories,
Okay.
like who's the person you trust the most, right? That's where you get your information.
Sure
from.
thing.
So,
Give me a charisma perception check then, as you slunk in the corners and listened to people. Oops.
that's my charisma, and I get a +2 for proficiency of 14.
Okay, so with a 14, you understand ogres primarily as these large, dumb creatures that were part of the goblinoid forces. When the goblinoids were driven out of the kingdom by the good king some generation ago, they used to live in hills and were well known for capturing both small animals and human parties on the roads to use their bones and their meat and their skin for like the same way that we use the hides of animals as well. They tended to not take leadership positions and were cantankerous and solo creatures. This one doesn't quite live up to your image of the size that your fellow warriors were talking about. The soldiers seem to think that ogres were much larger.
Could I be a child?
That could be.
Possibly. I'll say it to the others. Maybe that's just a kid and is looking for a pet or something. I have no idea what
As
they would
you've
want
sat
with
and talked
badgers.
about this, you've noticed the ogre has managed to subdue 3 of the 5 badgers. And while it has taken some wounds and is bleeding, it is quickly becoming apparent that he's going to club these other 2 badgers and be done rather quickly. You're gonna probably
And
have
is he
to make a choice
But he's
soon.
killing them, or is he just rendering them unconscious? Like
He
what is
has very clearly killed one, and the other 2 have been hit across the head very firmly with a large club, and all 3 of them are stuffed in a crude belt that may or may not be made of intestine around his waist.
Okay, I'm gonna prepare a shot in case that thing approaches us.
Okay.
I think Yana will defer to the group, so she'll just wait around until somebody else takes decisive action.
Okay.
Alright, well, I'm getting off the road.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. So we'll all kind of find a place, like a nook that we can hide back in and just
Yeah,
kind of
we're
peer out
backing
from
off to
and see which way
hide,
the
but
ogre-
I'm backing
Alright.
off.
It sounds
with the
like
weapon drawn,
the
right?
party is attempting to hide from the potential ogre going their way. All right, so what I would like then is for all of you to make a group stealth check. This sounds to me like you're trying to hide from sight. And that means finding a location to hide in, which sounds to me like a wisdom skill. And so I would like a wisdom stealth check, please, from each of you.
My wisdom is the same as my dex, so I can just roll a stealth check. 19.
Okay,
just gonna
15,
roll
19, 18. I'm missing one roll
I'm just
here.
rolling this. It's the same. Oh, I have to roll 2 because I have disadvantage.
All right.
Gotcha.
You guys hunker down. You get off the kind of path that you were on. You find some large bushes of juniper and kind of nestle in next to them. You get your mule to lay down behind it. You find some big rocky overcroppings and you wait. And as you wait, the ogre bashes the head on more of these badgers. And these are large, like about the size of a small pony. And he just is stuffing them in his waist pocket. You can tell that he is now potentially encumbered as his movement is slow and his blood kind of gushes down from large scratch wounds on his body from the badgers and bites. But the ogre prevails, and he begins walking your direction, loaded down with the bodies of his slain badgers. He has discarded one of them that he had clearly killed. The other 4, though, are stuffed into this kind of like intestine-like belt around his waist as he drags half of their body behind him in big steps coming your direction.
So we're like off the path slightly, right? So
Very slightly, yeah,
Might-
behind some juniper
Okay.
and some rocks, yeah.
I guess, does it look feasible that he'll walk by without noticing us, or is it like if he comes this way, he's totally going to stumble on our hiding spot?
You have tried your best to hide.
Okay, I guess I was just wondering, is this like specifically hiding from like one angle, and if he walks past us, like we're dead in the open, or is it like it might work?
Well, when he's walking towards you, you have taken your best opportunity to hide from him coming from this direction. I suppose if he stopped and turned around after he got past you, maybe it would be less effective. I don't know
Okay.
if you thought that far ahead or not.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess
think
I
we're
will
sticking-
wait and see if.
Yeah, we're sticking to the plan for now, I think, right?
Yeah, I will wait and only act if I see the ogre like clearly notice us.
All right.
Tell her, don't move, don't breathe, don't do nothing. You rattle.
You hold your breath a tense few moments as this 10-foot creature dragging the hides of 4 giant badgers behind it, hooked into its belt, comes up the kind of ravine towards you. It stops for a moment, adjusts itself, and continues forward. After a few more tense moments, you exhale the held breath, and it seems that this creature did not see you, and may or may not have rolled a 1 on its perception check, so...
We're gonna
You-
give it 5 more minutes, Greg.
Okay. You wait another tense 5 minutes in the bush, and you
I
let it go.
turn to the others and I'm like,
We're having cabbage and badger.
and you see me pull my little knife and I'm like,
There is one discarded dead badger just in the middle of the ravine, some 50 feet in front of you.
I'm gonna go and get me some meats.
Yeah, I can help out. I've butchered animals before.
All right. So you stop after your encounter and you start butchering the hide of the hide of a giant badger.
I want to be on the lookout in case in case an ogre turns around and comes back for the corpse.
Okay. You begin skinning this thing. Are either of you proficient in
Would animal
butchering,
handling be
or-
like a butchery related skill?
I think that could be possible. Yeah. How did you come about butchering?
I mean, it's like animal herders, right? So we would occasionally butcher animals for
Yeah,
food.
absolutely.
During the
I think
winters.
that can be perfectly acceptable here. So this seems like a dexterity check to me. Dexterity plus animal handling proficiency to slay the giant badgers, or to
Yeah, not great.
skin the giant badgers.
I'll do a roll as well. Because I was
I probably puncture an organ.
It sounds
and
like
ruin
it
some
sounds
of
like
the
you're
meat.
assisting, Millman. So why don't we give Yana
Alright,
advantage?
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
There you go. That works.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
We're taking that advantage.
So yeah, Yana, you were about to make a very, very faux pas cut into the meat, probably
Yeah, I was
ruin
about
it.
to puncture
Yeah,
an organ I
you
shouldn't
were
have
about to
punctured.
end-
I'm like,
Yeah.
don't cut there. You're gonna cut
Leon
open-
Leon kind of catches your hand and it's like, no, this way. And between the two of you, you skin artfully the meat off of the giant badger, and you are able to actually get its hide off as well if you wish to have a giant badger hide. The giant badger hide will weigh 2 pounds, and you are able to take 6 pounds of rations from the badger.
I'll take care of the hide. I wear hide armor, so I might add it as like more
Okay.
patchwork clothing.
Okay.
All right, I was gonna put it on my sheet to carry it, so you didn't have to worry about the weight.
I'm good to carry a few more pounds since I gave you 20 pounds of food.
All
Oh,
right.
I can still carry that. And so it was 6 rations worth?
6 pounds of rations. Yes.
Okay.
So that is the encounter. Hello has kept a nice lookout, and beyond some, normal wild animals, an occasional bird, an occasional wild rabbit racing through the juniper, you have not stumbled across any or discovered any untoward interactions. So after that encounter, you pick back up and begin travel once more. At this point, the day is late. You probably only have a few more miles worth of travel left down this ravine. And you continue forward in the same direction, or is the navigation changed at all, Sean?
I think we're just. I gave you the direction before, right? We're just
Yep.
going that northeasterly direction,
After every
trying to crest
encounter,
hills.
I'm just going to ask you the same question. Where
Sure.
where are we going? Has it changed? Have you wanted to change your pace?
Nope. I think the only difference is I'll probably. It looks like we're going into the hills at this point, so I think for the remainder of our travel, I'm gonna light my lantern. I usually just use the light cantrip, but I'm gonna actually use some lamp oil to light it here, and I'll start
Okay.
burning some of that lemongrass.
You begin burning lemongrass in your lantern. All right. You begin traveling a few more miles through the hills. You go through this ravine that was blocked off by the badgers and the half ogre, and you begin to crest small rises and hills as you wanted to before. Now that you're fully into the Golden Hills, occasionally stopping to check and look for a red willow growing high upon the hill. Unfortunately, you do not see anything that would be a red willow, although there are a few trees that grow on the hills along with the juniper and the high grasses. None of them strike you as particularly red willowy. As you are traveling and beginning to think about camping, you have rolled another encounter, and let me figure out what that is for you. All right. As you go into the evening, the reds and violets and purples of sunset are streaming across the western kind of backdrop to your party. The beginning of stars are in front of you. You hear the crackling of fire some distance off to the east, and a waft of smoke kind of fills your nostrils on the way by. As the party kind of stops and listens to it, you hear cackling, almost animalistic, but still distinctly human, carried on the wind as well. What do you do?
Do you want me to go and have a look?
Can you have a look quietly?
Indeed.
Go ahead, but leave anything lemongrass related here, so they can't smell it.
Well, I was walking ahead because I don't want to smell like lemongrass. So, watch courage. And
Excellent.
Here, I just put my bag on him.
All right.
I'm not planning to fight whatever's down there.
You leave
While
your-
he's doing that, I'll look in the immediate area. Look for a nice place to make camp that's maybe secluded from where we're hearing this fire. So I'll look in the opposite direction of where we're hearing the fire.
You go to the west some distance and begin looking for camp. And Leon leaves the rest of the party to go seek out the source of this cackling. You follow your nose, following the trail of smoke. And not too long after leaving the party behind, you kind of rise up a small hillside, and you see the beginnings of a small stream coursing down the other side, and a kind of larger hill to the back of that. In the grass and mud and rock in front of you, you see tracks. They're about man-sized, but they are vaguely dog or cat-like. You see the pads on the tracks very clearly and distinctly. It's hard to tell a number of them without some proficiency in tracking. And on the as you crest this hill, you see the campfire and the smells of it. Not too far away, maybe 150 feet on the other side of this small stream up against the cliff.
Do I see any figures?
Yes, dancing in the light of the fire, you see a number of about man-sized shapes. You see what must be snouts and pointed ears on them, though from this distance, the exact makeup of what those figures are is hard to say.
I'm gonna get down and I'm gonna take my pants leg and I'm going to just find a footprint that is semi-perfect and see if I can press down on it with my pant leg to make a footprint of that animal on the side of my leg, then head back. So then I can be like, it's this big.
All right.
I left my bag, okay?
You attempt to make a dirt impression of the footprint on your pant leg. I'm not going to make you roll for that. I'm going to take that into account when somebody does something with it. And you head back, finding the party beginning to set up camp a little bit early. Still some hours of travel left, but cautiously beginning the camp process.
So there's a camp with beasts with a foot this size. They're about man size. They have pointy ears and snouty nose. I think if we stay downwind, we should be okay. But I don't plan to go find out anymore.
Looking at that, does it look like it's clearly a boot, or does it look like some other kind of potentially animal footprint?
You look at it, and it is definitely not as easy and fresh to see on the pant leg. Mm-hmm. If you are attempting to identify it, I will take a survival wisdom roll.
Sure, yeah, I can give that a quick shot.
You are not certain. In fact, you think it's a footprint and not a boot print, but that is about all the information you can get from this kind of shoddy impression left on the pant leg.
I left my bag. I'm sorry.
Well, are we safe making camp here, or are these snouts going to smell us?
Well, we're downwind. If we've got the smoke coming this direction, we should be right unless the wind changes. Yeah.
Right.
Stop burning the lemongrass. If the wind
Oh
does
yeah, I
change,
stop. I do it while we're
keeps us
traveling,
away.
and I've only got 6 pounds of it.
Right.
All right.
That's a lot of lemongrass.
Well, I'm gonna take the first watch just to be
So
sure.
it sounds like you're taking watch and setting up camp some bit away from this camp of unidentified others. Okay, that sounds good to me. So we have reached the end of the day. So I
survived more than 10 minutes.
You've survived more than 10 minutes. Congratulations. All bets will pay to over 10 minutes on Millman's character. Please contact Millman at iwillpayyourbets@gmail.com. So at the end of the day, I have marked your number of hexes based on a normal pace. I did not change it, and I did not ask you. So did you want to travel at a fast pace?
I think like a normal steady pace makes a lot of sense,
right.
especially since we're cresting hills and zigzagging a lot and we're looking around. I don't think we're rushing.
Perfect.
Right?
That's what I assumed, but I did not explicitly ask, and it was not called out. So there we are. So I've marked your number of hexes on the map. You are now firmly into the Gold Hills. You seem to be well on your way to where you want to go. So now each person in the party, I will have you make a forage check. For finding food and water along the way through the Gold Hills.
Is that survival?
Yes, I'm going to have you make a survival wisdom check unless you have a reason why you might be making a different check to forage for food in this instance. I can't think of one, but if you're clever, I'm willing to listen.
Well, there's a stream over there near the smoke. So
What's the
you gotta
DC
go
on
get
it, by the way?
water.
The DC is for me to know and you to reason out.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, at least we
Oh,
don't get
actually,
water.
no. That's not fair because you're going to have to mark rations. The DC is 15 for the
Nailed
Golden
it.
Hills.
Okay, so we'll go through some rations today, but at least we have water.
So Leon found the stream, was able to fill all of his water skins and all of your water skins for the party. Hella, Gillibrand, and Yenna, however, Yana, have all failed to forage for food. Hella, what is it that was so bad about your attempts to forage for food? Like, what is it that caused you this much trouble?
Hella's not an outdoorsy person, so she decided to go with Leon to the stream, right? And she's seen people like fish before. She didn't bring a fishing rod or anything. She just expect we would just be doing rations, but apparently, we're relying on other ways. So she's standing next to Leon on the stone, trying to get a fish with her bare hands, right? But unfortunately, not particularly nimble. She slips and falls head first into the cold stream.
Oh, and you're soaking wet. Yeah.
Exactly. Gets up, soaking wet, looks over at Leon and just says, "If you tell anyone, I'll make you regret this." And then she
I'm not
stomps
laughing.
off.
I'm not laughing.
All right. So, I'm gonna have you mark off 2 pounds of food for each failed roll. So that's gonna be 6 pounds of rations for each one of you that failed. The
I
water
wanted-
supply is refilled, however.
I'm going to take my pot with me when we go to the stream, and I'm going to make cabbage and giant badger meat stew.
Nice.
Okay. You cook up the cabbage and badger meat as part of the 6 pounds of rations consumed.
Of course. I do.
It is particularly delicious. It turns out that was prime cabbage. Luke did
told you.
not. Yeah, Luke did not sell you short for your couple of copper. That is one of the most tasty cabbages possible. So it is nighttime, and I have already rolled your encounter. So let us find. That is not a number that we have party members. There we go. So this is 1, 2, 3. Hella, you are the one on shift. Everyone else is sleeping with cabbage and tasty giant badger in their bellies, and you have pulled the straw middle of the night. The moon is high and full. And you are fighting off sleep and trying to take the rounds here. What do you do while you are on watch in the middle of the night?
I am probably taking care of my equipment to not fall asleep. Make sure my bow is strong and that my arrows are fine, and have a good look around. I look around the camp from time to time, making sure everything's okay.
All right, you're maintaining your equipment.
Checking our supplies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me an active perception roll here, as you are checking your equipment.
Oh, 21! Hello,
21.
I'm on watch.
You are on watch. So you're on watch, and something kind of catches your attention as you're stringing your bow and prepping your equipment. The smell of smoke's gone. you have been upwind from the camp for some time. And maybe it took you a few minutes to realize this, but you definitely aren't smelling the campfire. And you stop and you listen. And as you listen, you hear
Oh.
coming from the east, where you first saw a sign of those humanoid-like creatures. It's hard to tell the number of them, but you definitely hear more than one. They seem to be sniffing aggressively, smelling along the path, near enough that even imperceptibly you can hear them. What do you do?
I'm gonna kick some sand over the campfire and wake up the others.
All right. You kick some sand over the campfire and begin waking up the others, shaking them awake. You each become awake one by one as Hella wakes you up.
So we can hear this, right? They're sniffing along as
Hella
they're.
kind of shushes you, listen, and as you all listen, you kind of hear. This time, noticeably closer than what you heard before. They seem to be approaching the camp from the easterly direction.
How long would it take to like get the valuables out of our camp? Like the things that we don't want to lose. Is that like a thing that'd be noisy and cumbersome?
Quite possibly, yes. If you were just to abandon camp and leave everything as it is, you could do so quite silently. But to pick everything up and take away valuables, I imagine would take at least some time, at least the time to doff a light set of armor. And
Okay.
it would quite possibly be noisy. We could roll to see if you can do so silently if you desired.
Okay, I think I'm going to pull out my my lantern, which is also kind of like emblazoned with all these sort of like markings that denote Yana's holy symbol. And she's going to call on one of her ancestors, her deceased father, who was always like the protector for her, and she's going to cast Shield of Faith on herself.
Okay.
And I'm going to like, I'm expecting them to show up in camp, and I don't want to like abandon camp here, but I do have animal handling, and these do sound like dog people or something of the sort. I'm going to try and like mark us as like a threat to them, right? I want to deter them from trying to attack us by like using my animal handling to kind of like portray us as a threatening force.
Okay. So you begin to get ready to
Just walk up to a tree, unzip, and piss on it. Just...
you get ready to start threatening these animals, and you begin all donning your armor, I assume.
Yep.
All right.
I assume if I'm on watch, I still have mine on, right?
You will still have yours on, but those who have woken up have not. So
I put on my pants.
I am
because
going
I'm
to
on
make
fire.
a secret roll to see how long it takes for these creatures to get to you. Does anyone have anything over light armor?
Yes.
Mine is technically medium.
Yours is medium. So it takes you 10 minutes to don your armor?
Does it? It's hides. Isn't that like a round? I thought it was only metal armors that took time.
I think it's based on
based
the armor.
on the class of light, medium,
Yeah.
and heavy.
Okay.
So like even was it? Is chain shirt light or medium? I think it's medium, isn't it?
Medium. Chain shirt
Is
is
it really
medium,
10
I
minutes for
believe.
medium?
Medium is 5 minutes. Dawn.
5 minutes, not 10 minutes. 1 minute, 5
Okay, I'm not going to
minutes,
bother with
that's
that. Unless it... I guess I'll like start it, but if it sounds like they're coming, I'm just going to abandon it. I put up, I guess... I thought they were closer, so maybe I shouldn't have done the Shield of Faith, whatever. I'm gonna start donning the armor, and if it seems like they're gonna reach us before I finish, I'll just abandon it. It's not too big of a deal. I'm gonna try and get us out of a combat situation in the first place. But I do want to put like some of the furs on as well to show that I like I have skinned and wear the skin of animals.
All right,
yes.
you
So
throw
I
on
feel
some.
like-
You throw on some furs, and everyone else begins donning their armor.
Can
I feel like I have some time though, since I'm already armored. Yeah, so I would like
Mm-hmm.
to go into I would like to go about far away. I don't know what the situation is, but I want to go far away, like 30 feet or so from the camp, and go into hiding in a place where I can have a clear shot to wherever Yana's preparing herself, just in case she gets attacked. I can defend her.
Yeah, I
You
was
can
going to
defend
step
her.
aside.
That
I
makes sense.
don't wear armor, so I was just going to go to the northern side of the camp and roll a stealth roll.
You're gonna put a northern side of the camp and do a stealth roll. Okay.
Yeah, because they're coming from the east.
So what I'm going to do, I've put just some random tokens into Roll20 here around a campfire in what is essentially the Golden Hills. And so let me put this over for you. Go ahead and position yourselves around this campfire about where you would like to be.
Where do I hear them coming from?
You hear them coming from roughly the east. And so let me get this set up for...
Yeah, who is who here?
Yeah.
I
Pick
have just
one.
created generic tokens. Go ahead and pick one, and it will be you.
Okay.
I'm taking whatever has the bow.
You're gonna take guts.
The
I'll be-
guns.
I'll be this black clad rapier wielding ninja with a rope.
Do you
I'll
want to
be
be
the guy
mace
with the
man
bow.
or bow man? Milner?
Yeah, I'm a club guy.
All right, I'll take this.
All right.
And I'm gonna be at the forefront of the party where I think these things are coming from.
I am having a
But
hard
I
time.
wanted the bow. I also can't move anything.
I'm going to move all of you over a little bit so I can get this on stream. It turns out I can't quite get it on stream the way I want.
That's okay.
So we're going to get all of you, and we're just going to move you this way. Boom. Okay, go ahead and place yourselves as you would like to be placed.
All right, you said vaguely from the east.
From the east, yes.
Okay, I'll set myself up kind of like in front of this stream.
All right. You set yourselves up in front of the stream. And so you are going to
What?
be, Faye, you're going to be the first to see these creatures. They become sniffing
Okay.
up into camp.
And they're coming up from where
They're coming
did we say?
from the east.
Strange
And
side.
Okay. And I'm now the person with the red cape, yeah? Is that the idea?
you are the person with the red cape. You were on lookout while everyone else was setting themselves up and getting their
Yeah. And I wanna
getting
be
their stuff going. So
Okay.
you see 6 gnolls, all with their on all fours, but definitely humanoid. And they are approaching the camp with their head down. I can't find where I put my token. Okay, this is good. Their head down to the ground. Oh, good. The knoll is broken. Okay, well, we have broken knoll. That is just what it
That's
is, I
fine.
suppose. With its head down to the ground, and there are 6 of them, just kind of sniffing about, trying to find you. And you, given your advanced warning and your willingness to look out for them, have seen them coming, and they are approaching you. You get to act first, as they have not become aware of your readiness.
Right. I'm gonna take a shot, Greg.
You're gonna take a shot. All right. You're pulling out
I'm
a
gonna
bow,
take a
I
shot.
assume.
Okay. Yes, I'm taking my bow and I'm shooting. Does one of them seem to me like the leader? Do they all look the fucking same to me? Because they're all just a bunch of...
There doesn't seem to be any rankings amongst them here. They seem to be about the same.
Right. So I guess the first one that comes into view. Maybe, maybe it's this one. Or, like, they're also not... They're all armored similarly, I take it.
Yes. All of them are wearing some kind of leathery or hide armor, and they are holding or they're strapped to their back, I guess, a spear, and they are all on all fours, sniffing around on the ground in front of you.
Right. Yeah. So I'm gonna take a shot at the first one that comes into view, and I'm gonna try to snipe them. So I'll take a -5 to my attack roll.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead and roll. You will take advantage as they are unaware of your readied presence. Ooh, with a 15,
Well, that's
you
only a 10,
hit
though.
this creature square in the neck with your first shot. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
It is only a 10, because it's -5 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that. So it's a 10. Does a 10 hit?
I thought you rolled a 15.
She did, but she's.
I did, but I said I'm using
You
so that's
strike it
-5.
right in the leathery armor on its neck, and it does not do any
Excellent.
damage. And with that, I would like everyone to roll into initiative.
Initiative.
Yes.
Ooh.
Where there.
Oh man.
I told you I was saving those high rolls, baby. Saving those high rolls.
All right, so we have
For initiative? Goddamn.
Sean.
Oh, I didn't select my token because I'm an idiot. My bad.
That's okay. The tokens I don't think will get on there. Mike, Sean, Faye, and Mill. All right, so Leon has a 22. Oh, I guess we can just dump Sean then. Leon has 22. Faye with a 9. And let's see. Gil
I've got a-
with a 5.
Yeah, I've got a 20 if mine hasn't shown up for you.
Yours is a 20, not a 22, apparently. Oh, no, Leon's was a 22.
Yeah,
oh,
mine's
I
a
see.
20.
Your 20, Leon's is a 22. Okay, and then we will roll initiative for the Knoll. The initiative of the Knolls are a 9. Okay.
Better than mine still.
Let us do this in descending order. Leon, you are the first to act after the Knolls become aware. They all stand up from their sniffing positions, suddenly realizing they're under attack. They draw their spears, and you are the first to react. What do you do?
All right, I'm going to stealth since they don't know where I am, and I'm going to proceed to a flanking position. So I'll roll a stealth. Dexterity, yes.
Stealth dexterity. You can attempt to stealth away from them. That's fine. Go for it.
I just don't want to be the figurehead of death here.
You don't want to be the figurehead of death. I don't know why
14.
you wouldn't want to be.
Figurehead of Death is a good metal band name.
All right, so you
You're welcome.
You attempt to hide behind a rock way up to the north, and you are just gonna sit there and try to stealth. We'll see if it works for you.
I was going to move and be stealthy while moving, so I don't draw attention in my direction.
Oh, okay. So you're attempting to stealthily move to the north. All right.
Yeah,
What
no,
do you do
no.
once you
I'm
get
already
there?
at the north. I wanted to be stealthy while I move towards them to flank them. Because they're going to proceed west into the camp, and I want to come down from the north.
So you're moving. Move your character, man. It's
Thank
not that
you.
hard. Just tell me what you
Ready.
want to do, right?
That's what I said!
You said you wanted to stealth.
Yeah, stealth and move.
All right.
There you
Okay.
go.
So you've moved into position. All right. Is that all? Is that all you do with
That's
your turn?
all my turns go.
Okay. I did not
I don't have any
understand
ranged
you at
weapons. I am
all.
sad.
All right. All right. So you move forward. Leon, it is your turn. What do you do?
I'm Leon.
It is your. That's correct. Yana, it is your turn. What are you doing?
Oh, sorry.
Sean, that's your
You
turn.
said my name, and for some reason it did not register in my brain. I am going to. I guess I'll just call on one of the warrior ancestors I have in Sacred Flame, one of these gnolls.
Okay.
Like I was gonna try and deter them from attacking.
Uh-huh.
Actually, you know what? They haven't like engaged or anything yet, have they?
They haven't done anything yet, but get shot at and draw their spears.
Okay, I'm gonna try and deter these things and get them to rout.
Mm,
I'm gonna
okay.
like use my animal hand. I'm gonna try and like growl at them. I'm gonna cast Thaumaturgy here, and I'm gonna make my growl like
Okay.
low and rumbling.
Excellent.
I don't know what role you want from me.
So
here,
you
though.
have a roll. You have a low, angry growl, and you thaumaturge your threatening presence across the land. It is
Yeah.
loud and rings across the canyon. Go ahead and make a animal handling check. It's what you wanted to do. That sounds good to me. That sounds like intimidation, which sounds like charisma to me. So
Okay,
let's have you
so-
make a animal handling charisma check. And we'll do that against their passive wisdom.
22.
Ooh, very good. Okay. You growl and it blasts out, and all of these things look up, and you can see their ears flatten, and their posture becomes very defensive. It seems that your growl has had great effect as it rings out throughout the entire canyon. Excellent. Faye, you're going at the same time as these gnolls here. What do you do?
+3 dex, right?
Mhm.
I have +3 dex.
You got it.
Yeah. Well, I figure that Yana's trying to intimidate them, and I don't think I know anything more intimidating than trying to shoot someone. So I'm going to move back. 10, 20. So I'm gonna go here and try to get some sort of higher ground, right? And I'm gonna let loose another shot at this gnoll over here. Same thing. We're gonna try to snipe him again at some point. I'm gonna hit something with her.
At some time, you're gonna hit him.
At some point, you're gonna explode them for massive.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Okay. Well, you go ahead and give me another shot. This time,
-5
no
to
advantage.
this.
That is a crit. They stand up straight. Their ears are flat. You hear almost a whining coming from them, and you just shoot them straight in the throat. This time, no protective leathering there. Go ahead and roll me
So they
critical
take 20 damage.
20 damage. Woo. All right.
Is that even factoring in the critical bonus?
That is double
That's 7
10.
plus 3, and then +10.
Oh, I thought the
for-
+3 was
Isn't
your
that
damage
just
bonus.
dice?
My bad.
No, that's a double 8. Yeah.
All right.
No,
this
it's a 10 and then +10 for sharpshooting, so it's 20 damage for who gets it.
Oh, I'm in the wrong roll 20. I see. There we go. This gnoll immediately dies. Just pitches forward. We need a better one than that. Is there like a big red X I can put on him or something? There we go. He just pitches forward. Blah! Not even with the blood, just silently. It's awful for him. And he dies. The rest of the gnolls are shocked by this. Let's see if there are any that can rally. They've now been shot. They were going to run away. And most of them do, actually. These two begin running off screen as fast as they can. And they will get away unless you guys chase them down or can shoot them from afar. As well as these two. They have decided that this prey is too much. Unfortunately, the pair here were brothers in arms or lovers or something, and seeing the death of their compatriot has left them enraged. And so they are going to charge 30 feet as fast as they can towards one of these players. Let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They want to go towards where the shot came from. So they go here. That is their move. They can throw their spear, and they will. They're just that enraged. They don't care if they have a weapon in hand or not. They just chuck it. And roll a 16 against your armor class.
That would be exactly a hit, but I want to argue for cover, because they are behind a stone and I am uphill. So I feel like I get a +1 for that. Because I did specifically say I'm running uphill.
You are saying you're running uphill. All right, I will give them disadvantage for the cover. Let us roll
Okay.
again.
Legit.
And no, they still managed to hit you with the
well,
disadvantage.
I guess I'm being hit.
Yep,
Fair.
you will take 5 piercing damage from the spear of this gnoll, and it just sits there after throwing it, like, just like clearly enraged, while its companion just bleeds and bleeds. Excellent. So that takes us to not the gnolls. They have gone to Mike. It is your turn.
Unmute. Cool. Gil doesn't have a ranged weapon.
Gil does not have a ranged weapon.
So I think Gil is just going to kind of stay... Well, no, I'm not going to stay hidden behind this rock. Who else has it? I know Faye has a ranged weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 now, because I'm also stabbed by a javelin.
Right. Doesn't have a ranged weapon, right?
I have darts.
Oh,
I'm
you've got
going to
darts.
move closer
Okay.
on my turn.
Sean, does Yana have a ranged weapon?
Oh, I'm all ranged. I just Sacred Flame everything.
Oh, okay. So you just use this.
This is Sean we're talking about. If it doesn't have Sacred Flame, it's not its character.
Hey, Tom Lightbringer actually didn't have Sacred Flame until like level 5.
I guess I could. I guess I do have spells that I could cast, don't I?
Mm-hmm. Mock them with your glorious psychic
Right.
damage.
Let's see. What should I say to this poor Knoll? Hey, don't touch that.
The gnoll touches it.
Yep, that's good.
Don't touch that. That's what I say to the Knoll. Yeah. Hi. Ugh. What should I hit this thing with? I guess I could just vicious mockery and all.
Okay.
So
You go ahead and mock the gnoll. If you would like, you can mock it. I will have it roll a wisdom saving throw.
yeah. So Gil will turn to the Knoll. Let's see. Is it just the one that's still fighting at this point?
It's
other
just the
ones ran
one.
away?
The other ones have run off, and they are scared away by the combination of thaumaturgy and their friend's death.
Okay.
But this one is enraged, and it saves with a 15, which I think will beat your DC.
It will. It will
Yeah.
be my DC. So
Yeah, you mock it, but it's just sitting there like hulking out, eyes staring daggers at Hella, and basically just not focused on you.
yeah, I'll go ahead and skip my clever line because it won't matter because it's saved. So
Oh, but we want to hear it. What is
No,
what is
I
the
hadn't-
thing that it
I
ignores?
haven't thought of one yet, so I'll wait.
okay.
I'll wait to think of a clever line for when it actually fails a roll.
Alrighty. Leon, it has come back around to your turn. You have seen the rest of the gnolls flee away, and this one is staring down your companion. What do you do?
I'm going to move here, and then I am going to breath weapon it.
You have moved up and are going to breath weapon it. Are you in range from there?
Yes, 30 feet straight line.
30 feet straight line. You sure are. Okay. You step forward and are going to breath weapon it. What is the
DC
dragon?
is
What is the dragon scale? What do you breathe?
fire.
You are a fire-breathing
Straight cone of
dragonborn.
fire. Yeah.
Excellent.
So
He will save with dexterity as you unleash a cone of devastating fire at the gnoll. It saves with an 8. Yeah, it's just too focused on Hella to even move as fire engulfs it. Please roll me damage.
8 damage.
8 points of damage. All right. It is still alive, and now the smell of cooking like fur and flesh wafts across the battlefield as it just heaves and stares daggers. That is this much health. Okay. That brings us to Yana. You see the smoldering gnoll in front of you. What do you do?
I think I'm gonna call on one of like our great hunters who will be conjured forth as like a warrior charging with a spear for a
Ooh.
sacred flame here.
Nice. Yes.
Oh wait, it has to save first. Dexterity save.
It does. Yes,
It'll
does.
take 6 if it fails.
Sounds good. It does critically so. In fact, it's staring down Hella with such intensity. It doesn't even notice as you conjure forth the visage of a charging hunter, spear set down, made of flame, as it just rams into the side of this gnoll, taking 6 points of damage. All right. This gnoll definitely is in bad shape. It's been bathed in it's been bathed in fire. It's been hit with the sacred light of Hunt's past. Its breath is coming ragged. It looks dead, but it is beyond enraged. And now it is Faye. Hella, you see this thing clearly wanting to run at you. What do you do?
Yes, I'm doing a brave retreat over here. So
A brave retreat.
Bravely
Brave
moving.
Suryena bravely runs away. Or Hella.
Bravely moving over here and then taking another shot. No, I'm not gonna sharpshoot it. I'm just gonna take a normal shot.
Just
I'm
taking a
badly
normal
hurt,
shot.
So
All
I
right.
can't take the bow. Have the bow that steady this time. Let's see.
Oh my god.
Didn't
yes.
need that, did I?
Your
15 damage
mortal
rank.
enemy does 15. Oh, it lives on 1.
What is this? What is this?
Yes!
What does he take at 15, 21 plus breath weapon? 21 plus, how much was it?
He is
29
alive.
damage and the gnoll is still alive.
He is
Holy
alive
shit.
on 1 HP. Just out, like arrows
Damn
sticking
it.
out of him, blood just draining down this gnoll. Its fur is on fire. It has been pierced by holy light, and it stares at you, and it's pissed that it can't get to you. It picks up a rock and moves 30 feet forward.
God, come on.
It picks up the rock and holds it, and it knows it can't get to you to bite you, but its saliva drips down its lips, and it hurls this rock at you with an improvised weapon. We'll just roll a strength attack.
If I
here.
die by Pebble, I'm gonna be real upset, dude.
If you die by Pebble, it'll be glorious.
Yeah,
you
rocks
will-
are dangerous.
It's actually a thrown
Wow.
weapon, so we'll use its
Way to go.
dexterity. And it rolls...
No, it's hurled, if anything, so
It
don't be
rolls a
strange.
21, a critical hit with a pebble.
Oh my god, come on.
yes. It's
I
not
don't
a pebble.
to kill you at least.
It picked up a real sized rock. Like it's at least softball size that it found on the ground and just hurls it at you. It does critical damage.
Still improvised, though.
Yeah. What is improvised anyway?
So it does 6 points of damage with its hurled stone, just doming you. Blood trickles down the side of your face. I assume you're still alive as a fighter.
I am still alive.
Yep, still
That's
up
me.
and fighting, and it stares at you like with incredible hatred. And it is now.
I'm looking right back. I'm just like, what the fuck? Are you throwing rocks at me? Like, what? Okay, it's on.
And it is once again Gil's
Lord.
turn.
All right. Gil's gonna see that and just go like, "Ooh, the gnoll from downtown!" As he just hits Faye with that, and I'll cast Healing Word.
Okay.
Downtown will be my healing word on Faye.
Oh, I appreciate that.
The healing power of a announcer. I
Yeah.
love it. Yep. The beat of a stadium and the pulse of a crowd like rejuvenates you and your motivation. You gain 5 more HP.
Yeah, so you get 5 hit points back there, Faye, and then as my
Oh.
action,
Uh-huh.
Alexander. You ready to come back down?
It doesn't really feel like an appropriate time to use Vicious Mockery. He just crit Faye with a rock. You gonna go back downstairs?
Calypso.
I'm gonna pet the cat. Hang on just a sec. Release a child.
I mean, having somebody crit with a rock is
Yeah.
almost the best.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh my god, feels bad, dude.
Actually, yeah, I'll viciously mock it, and I'll be like, "Well, it's too bad you didn't have a spear. You might have actually accomplished something there."
Ooh, mocking its preparedness. All right. It will. It will save. It laughs, and it doesn't laugh. It's like a knoll. It cackles. And spares just enough sidelong glance and like picks up another rock and hefts it. And that is the end of your turn. That brings us to Leon.
It picked up another rock.
Yeah, well, I mean, just like it does. Yeah,
Right.
it's like, hey,
I moved to the opposite side of this little rock.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
I'm going to move closer to it and throw a dart at it.
All right, you throw a dart. Since Hella got cover for the cliff face, I'm gonna give that attack disadvantage to throw up the cliff face.
Come on, roll 20. 15.
A 15 will hit. The dart strikes it for 3 damage mid like rock heft. Your dart just like passes underneath the rock and then strikes it in the chest. The gnoll falls and dies. Excellent. Well done, everyone. You have managed to survive the gnoll attack for now. The ravine once again falls quiet, and you are left to your own devices.
I'm gonna turn to Hella and be like, "Can I borrow your sword?"
Sure. I'll hand him one of my short swords as I hold my head wherever the rock hit me.
I'm gonna decapitate them and put their heads on their spears.
Ooh, okay.
Pick at them before we, grab them by the ankles and shake them for anything that falls out.
Okay. You decapitate them and shake them down. Grisly scene is on the ravine as you stick their heads on their own spears, put some rocks around it so they don't fall as a warning to any other gnolls. These gnolls have simple provisions on them. They have hide armor that is made for a man-size person or humanoid. It could be resized fairly easily, although one of them is quite filled with holes. They both have the spears that are now on their heads, and they each carry with them in like kind of a small pouch what appear to be some kind of salves or herbs. It smells of like sourness, right? There's a stench to it that, while you recognize it as medicinal in nature, definitely gives you a pause to smell it. Definitely is not as nice and sweet as what you were able to find at the apothecary's shop in Farfield.
Yana, what are these?
I'm
not eating it.
So Greg, I do have medicine and nature, and I have an herbalism kit proficiency. What should I be using here for identifying these?
Well, you're identifying an unknown substance. That seems like either intelligence or wisdom to me. How are you going about identifying it?
Probably like micro dosing on it. So
Microdosing kind of sounds like intelligence to me, right? Like,
Okay.
it's like let me catalog the effects of this.
Yeah.
So you microdose on the stanky knoll herb.
I'm assuming I'm going to get my proficiency bonus. I don't know what
Yes.
skill it is, but I've got like all of the skills.
You are well proficient in microdosing on herbs, it seems. So go ahead and include your
all right.
proficiency.
It's an 18.
That is an 18. As you mess around with this, you you notice a slight tingle on your tongue, and it dries out your mouth really, really fast. And you are quite certain that this is used in disinfectant. This is meant to heal wounds and prevent disease. You also think that this could have some effect on poison as well, to slow or stall the effects.
Okay. Is it like a poultice, like something you would apply, or is it like a?
It's almost like an ointment.
Okay, so it's a poultice.
Start smearing it on Hella.
I think I'll hold it for now. I'll wait until if it's potentially gonna have an anti-poison effect. I think we'll worry about it when we get there. I guess the apothecary said the spiders weren't actually that problematic with their poison, but like Hella's got a sleeping bag of healing. We can wait until after the spider encounter to start using the.
Yeah, I think I don't know, are we planning to stay here for the rest of the night to, like, is it still possible for us to achieve a long rest, or were we interrupted and we'd have to start all over, Greg? How does it work?
There's no interruption to the custom resting, so the rest of the night will pass uneventfully. We'll just skip to that.
Then I will,
you have achieved a night's rest. You can expend any number of hit dice that you desire. And you recover any powers or class features tied to a long rest in the PHB, and you will also recover 1/2 of your total hit dice rounded up after the end of the night's rest.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna roll.
We regain all spells, you said?
If it's tied to a long rest in the PHB, then you'll recover it at a night's rest.
So everything besides healing, then?
Basically, yeah.
Gotcha.
The healing rules are a little bit tweaked.
You can sleep the rest of the night. I'll keep the rest of the watch.
So, Hella, you spend a hit die, you regain 3 HP.
No, that is not my hit die. That's my second wind, which I would have used before going to bed.
Okay. All right, so after the night, you are prepared to begin traveling once again. So we are back at the beginning of the days of travel. I will have Navigator. Sounds like Yana, you've been the one here. I want you to choose a goal, give me a direction and a pace.
I guess we don't see where we are on the map at any time, right? But it looks like there's still plenty of like hills for us to traverse going to the northeast.
You've been traveling northeasterly since you have left Farfield Keep. You are quite confident you've kept on that direction, and you are now a few miles into the Gold Hills proper at this point.
Okay, so yeah, we definitely have more hills to explore. So I'm just going to keep with the same direction, going northeasterly, keeping our usual pace.
Okay.
The same strategy of like cresting hills and trying to use them as vantage points to look around for that red willow.
Okay.
With a 21.
With a medium pace and a 21 on your navigation. Excellent. Everyone, I would like each of you to roll a d6 for encounters along the day, and I will roll for a potential discovery.
Ooh.
Still don't know if the 6s are good.
You could have read
So far,
the
so
rules,
good.
and
We
you
might find
have
more
known.
badger to eat.
All right, excellent. So you set out for the day through the hills. You follow the stream for a little while as it heads northeasterly, and as it bends away, Yana begins having you crest up and down the hills throughout the day. What does it look like now that you are far away from the pasture land and you are going through kind of a more wild area? You've found gnolls and half ogres and giant badgers. What is the party like here after their brief foray into the wilds?
I think Yana's a lot more focused. Like she's very accustomed to like these sorts of hikes. Like she's the travel itself is fine, but she hasn't traveled with like a small party in such dangerous territory before. I think there's like a sense of like excitement. She's like constantly bouncing on her feet, kind of waiting for something to happen.
Okay.
Like clearly green in this sort of scenario.
Yeah. All right. Yes, Moen?
Leon's probably taking in more what kind of terrain it is. So, you know, what kind of shrubs and trees and whatever else. If we see any wildlife.
You're taking in plenty of wildlife. there are small badgers and rabbits, and there are occasionally birds of all kinds that kind of fly down from the hills and the ravines. You've seen more than a few snatch up prey and then fly back up towards either the mountains in the distance or a nearby cliffside. There's plenty of wildlife to pique your interest as you travel.
I'm gonna just lean off of the donkey a little bit and be like,
You should try to kill them, not fish. You'd be better at this.
And Hella ignores the shit out of you, not willing to admit that she was bad at killing the fish.
I said we're not talking about it, so I'm just staring back at you, being like, "Did you not understand?" And I'll be like,
but that's why I leaned only to you. It's just like,
There's a rabbit.
All right.
Swim.
Well, early in the morning, it hasn't even really reached midday. You're probably a few hours away from that. You come across an interesting set of terrain features. You're quite certain to head northeasterly. You want to continue going this direction, and in front of you lies a large boxed gulch. On either side, this box gulch are cliff sides that go up quite steeply and then soon become near sheer, rising up almost 85 to 100 feet high, casting deep shadows on the ground in front of you. From where you are in the ravine, it would be a more shallow descent into the boxed gulch, and then it stretches the gulch itself some miles out. You can see the end, but it is definitely a travel. It would take you some time and would probably cost you some travel to go around the boxed gulch. I want each of you to tell me what your passive perception is as you come up to this and see it for the first time.
14.
14?
12.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to die in the gulch, or are we going around?
Oh, my passive's 11.
Mine's
11?
12 too.
12. Well, one of you spies gold glittering in the bottom of the hill. You are certain, if it's not gold, it's metallic and reminds you of the gold coin that shined in the light. Some between the shadows that are cast by the gulch and the sun overhead, it occasionally glitters through the breeze. You think that in this box gulch, there's definitely metals shining up at you with the 14 passive.
Okay. I'll mention that I see something glittering inside.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell what it is. Something reflective. It could be crystals, could be metals.
How far is it out to you?
A few miles. It'd definitely be a detour if we were. So the gulch is like in our path, right? Like going through the gulch would be the direction we want to go, and then if we tried to go around, it would take time. You were saying, Greg?
Yes, it would definitely cost you time and distance to go around it. It could be done, but if you were to travel in the most direct route northeasterly where you were trying to head, it would go through this boxed gulch.
Does it look like the kind of thing that might give you cover from like flying creatures? Like it's a narrow.
It's wide.
Okay.
But as you look and think about cover from flying creatures, you're wondering, I wonder if I would get cover. You see a hawk circling overhead and dive bomb down into the gulch, coming away with some small rodent in its talons. And as you keep watching, it seems that this has become a kind of common thing. It seems there are many birds of prey high above in the kind of cliff sides of the boxed gulch that are diving down and grabbing prey.
And we don't see any willows down in that gulch from here.
No, it seems to be largely tall, waving grasses and lots of thick juniper. Seems the gulch has become quite filled with juniper, actually.
I think we should circumvent this. This looks like a golden platter to me.
We could also try to look down into the gold. It's fairly sheer cliffs. If we can get up to the edge of it, we might be able to get a better vantage while we're going around.
Do you really want to go near the nests?
Of the birds?
Well, we don't know what's in there. Something's glittering.
Okay. You leave.
Of course,
I'll
maybe
follow.
you're right. Maybe it is too dangerous.
I mean, we're not under time pressure, are we? We can just circumvent it, have a look when we're closer there, and then make our way down if we still want to.
Sounds good.
We could note.
So are you circumventing the Boxed Gulch
I
in
think
its
we're gonna-
entirety?
yeah, I think we're gonna
Or are you
round it.
trying to like climb these like cliff sides and get up on the top peaks of the?
No,
of
I
the
think we're
gulch?
gonna go around it.
Okay.
I like that. We can just come. We'll note it as being here. We can come back for it later.
Okay. So the party decides in the morning to avoid this Boxed Gulch, and you spend a painstaking amount of time kind of routing around it. Yana is pretty confident she can find a way through, and sure enough does, but it costs you a fair few hours of travel by the time you have circumnavigated these cliffs and then found your way back into your northeasterly progression. As you do so, it goes into afternoon, and then as you leave it behind, deeper into the evening, and you are once again seeing the sunset behind you as you have finished your day's worth of travel into the Gold Hills. You could attempt to push on in the night or make camp, however you would like.
Camp. I'll start finding a decent campsite.
Okay. So we have come to the end of a day's worth of travel. So I would like for each of you to make a foraging check against DC 15 for the Golden Hills.
God damn. I suck at this
Is that
shit.
everyone failed?
I've
Five.
only seen 2 rolls.
Gil,
I've seen
have you
3
rolled?
rolls. Oh,
Gil did successfully roll.
Gil is successful.
Okay. So, Gil manages to find water and refill all of your water skins, which is important so that you do not dehydrate. But the rest of you have failed to find any food through the day, so you must dig into your own rations. So for the 3 fails, we will need to have 6 pounds of rations consumed.
Hold on, Jess. I got this one.
So today we are having some badger meat, ration pack, and cabbage.
Badger meat, ration pack, and cabbage. The true dinner of champions.
the badger ration cabbage stew.
Badger
It's gonna be
ration
amazing.
cabbage stew.
Trust me, I've done it a million times. Actually, I've only done it once, but I've got it down.
Excellent. And so
I'll mark it off mine, guys.
I'll have one of you who would like to roll for a nighttime encounter during this day.
I'll do it.
All right, Sean, go ahead and give me a d6. All right, the night passes uneventfully, so you've once again taken a night day's rest. You can spend any amount of hit dice and regain 1/2 of them, and your spells or whatever else that you need. So, we're at a new day. Sean, give me a direction and a pace and a navigation roll, please.
Right. Same as before, so we're going to go northeast. We are going to go medium pace, and I will give you the navigation.
Oh,
my
with
God.
advantage. Wow. So, tell me, what is it about navigating through these Golden Hills that have given you an experienced Outlander and, good explorer? What is it about these in particular that have you just absolutely lost?
I imagine it's like we're getting. Are there like thick grasses in these hills at various points?
Yeah. The hills are dotted by juniper and long kind of wild grasses. Yeah.
I imagine it's like it's getting steeper and there's like thick grasses and it's harder to find like points to navigate to crest hills. So we have to like go down through like lower sections where we don't have great vantage points a lot of the time. And we get totally lost.
All right. Let's go ahead and roll my d6s then. You are leading them to the best of your ability northeasterly. And you guys go ahead and Give me d6s for each of the rolls. All right, so we have one encounter. Does anybody notice that travel has been a little bit more difficult today?
Yeah, Yana definitely notices, right? Like, I think Yana is very well aware that she's essentially guessing as to where we should be going at this point. Like, this looks like it's gonna maybe wrap around northeasterly, and she's pretty open. Like, I can only make good guesses here. I can't really guarantee we're going the right way.
Does anybody else pick up on this, or do you do a good job of hiding it?
Oh no, I'm very open about it. I tell people like, I can take us this way. This is essentially a guess. Like, I can't navigate in these conditions, so like here's what you get. I'm very upfront.
All right.
It's fine. It's about the travel, not the destination.
Well, as you are making this kind of confession to the party, and you're trying to do it, you hear just this horrible yell, deep and throaty, and boom, 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 boom. You see what appears to be another one of those ogre-like creatures just booking it at full speed directly across the path that you are taking in your direction. And after a moment of surprise, you see following behind him 6 large bird-like creatures, flapping their wings, each holding spears about the size of a man, and they are chasing down after this ogre directly in your path. What do you do?
Do we recognize the birds? Any of us? Like, do we recognize the species?
They are bird-like monstrous creatures of about humanoid shape, holding spears.
I turn to Gilly and I'm like, "You'd be a snack."
I am a
Well,
So they're
my
humanoid-looking birds, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna turn to Helen and say, "Do you think you could shoot down that ogre?"
I can try.
It is trudging towards you fast. You have to make a decision really soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast
I'm
Free Fire
shooting
on
the
this ogre
ogre.
as it's running toward us, and
And I'm
mark
shooting it.
for
All right, this ogre, eyes full of terror, just running as fast as it can, heedless with these bird-like creatures flying after it. Go ahead and fire your shots here. It is going to be completely
fire to
surprised
market.
by you.
How far away is it? Because I might breath weapon it too.
It is charging after you. It is going to enter your breath weapon range at 30 feet by the end of the round, so you can go ahead and get that off if you would like.
Awesome.
I'm gonna give Faye Bardic Inspiration for her shot if she needs it.
Oh boy, sure, I'll give it. Buff me. We're gonna snipe it. We'll try our best.
So the ogre needs to make a dex saving throw for the fairy fire.
Okay, I will make that happen. It is making...
Here's the lineup.
Here's the lineup.
As he tees up the ogre,
It is going to
coming
have
down the
disadvantage for its save because it is unaware of your presence.
Oh my lord. Okay.
So
All right, so it's marked.
It
and-
is marked by your fairy fire, glowing purple and violet and red and green as it charges along.
Okay. I'm gonna use my shot -5 for sharpshooting. Oh my god,
with
it's a
an
You get a plus
8.
D4,
Terrible
right?
miss.
You do
It's
get a
not gonna
plus.
hit still.
You do get a
-5
plus
is an 8.
D4
try.
of bardic inspiration if you'd like to spend it.
Come on, I believe.
Sure,
I do
why
like
not?
how you roll like
Isn't it? Yeah, it's a D6, not a
badly
D4.
or amazingly.
It's a D6.
Yeah, it's a D6, but I don't know if a 6 is gonna save you with a what do you have, like an 8?
Am I allowed to re-roll it? Or
Sure,
taking
re-roll
the
a
2,
D6.
right?
That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I gave you bad information.
It's actually worth it.
I'll
doesn't
I'll even
Doesn't
give you
matter,
the two
guys.
you rolled before as your arrow flies wide and flies past one of these bird creatures.
Do I hit a heartbeat?
You don't
Okay.
you don't hit one of these humanoid bird creatures, but it turns its like beaked head and you can now tell that you have its attention and you did not have its attention before.
We made the
well,
mad,
I'm about-
guys.
I'm about to get its attention as you see him puff his chest up and just roar fire at it.
Ooh, nice.
At the ogre or at the bird?
At the bird.
All
No,
right.
at the ogre. At
So the
sorry.
ogre will
Okay,
save
okay.
with disadvantage. And that is a fail. It will take the damage. And these bird-like creatures, I wonder if they're going to be in your fire. Are you intentionally trying to save them from the fire? Or are you
if they're
letting them
chasing
happen?
it, I'm really just aiming to make him eat the whole lot of the fire, right? So it'd probably hit him and spread around him. So I'm just going to try not to hit them because I kind of don't want to piss off the bird people.
Okay, so you're trying not to hit the bird people.
Yeah.
Okay, because of the wide arrow shot, the bird people kind of are like eyeing you now, and they pull up, their wings spread out, and they kind of stop their momentum as your flames spread out, and you only manage to engulf one of them in the flame.
This is my character's history. I'm doomed to burn people I never intend to burn.
All right. They will make a dex check save, but at a normal roll, as they were aware of you.
No, they didn't save.
And they did not save. So this thing will take flame damage.
I hope he didn't like flying.
So that
'cause
is
Singe
9.
fuckers don't fly.
He drops down like from the air and kind of like lands on his like bird-like talon feet, holding the spear. Burn marks all over him. Not very happy about it. I believe we are in a combat situation, so let's go ahead
I
and
think so,
roll
Greg.
up some initiative. I'm just going to put us on this screen. I don't think we need a whole map for this one. It's a lot of work for not as much. So Gil goes on a 23. Oh my goodness. Leon on a 19.
Leon.
Yana on a 16. And Faye Hella on a 13. And we will roll up some initiative here. So, initiative for the bird-like creatures will be on 7. And initiative for the ogre-like creature will be on a 3.
thank God.
Nice. Nice indeed.
Can I be shouting things to the party here?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
you
gonna
can.
shout for people to focus on the ogre.
So this is
That was the plan.
7.
Yep.
And let's add ogre. The ogre's already there. Nice. Okay, cool. So, Mill, you are the first to go.
No. Gilly should be. That hasn't updated.
It hasn't updated.
Because I have the 19 this time around.
I believe the ogre is still. How long does fairy fire last? I need to double check really fast for you.
Why did
Scusi.
Mike not? There we go. 23. And then
yeah, it's still
Leon was at 19. Why did this not update? That's weird. And then Yana was
I'm
at
a 13.
16.
16.
And then this was 13. And now we do ascending. Descending. There we go. All right, Gil!
I'm not on it for some reason, but whatever.
Gil, you're at 23. What do you do as this ogre has come bursting into view, chased by the bird-like creatures, and has now been shot at and hit with a big breath weapon of fire?
You have Yana shouting to focus on the ogre, by the way.
Glowing.
Great question. You know, it's a great question. What on earth is going on here? I guess. Jeez Louise. Do we really want to focus on the ogre? That doesn't seem like the best idea to me. Like,
That's just what she's shouting. It's your
Okay.
call.
all right. Well, sure. I suppose that I could. Let's see. What did I? Can you cast command on an ogre? I think you can, right? Yeah.
You are welcome to try.
Yeah. I'm gonna blow a whistle and point at the ogre,
Okay.
and I'm gonna yell, "Encroachment, 5-yard penalty." Stop, and that's gonna be my command. Is gonna be stop.
Are you an announcer or an official?
I'm both.
All right. The ogre
gig economy.
will save. It will save.
Let's see this ogre's charisma save.
Will it save?
Is it a charisma save for command? I think it's charisma save for command, isn't it?
It is not
That's wi-
rolling. I don't know why.
Command wisdom.
Just don't rush roll 20. It'll freak out and we'll get 20 rolls.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right, there we go. It fails miserably. All right, roll 20 is being a bit of a pain, but that's fine.
Right.
It
That
fails
ogre-
miserably, and so you tell it to just like sit down, right? So it just right where it is, while it's like hair on like it's a mutton chops is still slightly on fire. And it just stands there. All right, that leads us to Leon. Mill, what are you doing? You've just breathed fire on this ogre, and now it's sitting in front of you. What do you
Well,
do?
I'm gonna run up and punch it in the mouth.
All right, you run up and punch it in the
You get
mouth.
advantage for the fairy fire.
You do have advantage from the fairy fire, yes.
So first attack. 15.
15, that will hit.
So it takes 5 bludgeoning
It
damage.
takes
and
5 bludgeoning. Very nice.
and then I'm going to use my bonus action to strike it again. With
Okay.
The old axe kick.
All right,
23.
that'll hit as well.
Another 4 bludgeoning.
For another 4 bludgeoning. Excellent. This ogre sits down in front of you, still slightly on fire. Plop right in the face, and then you turn around, wheel kick it. You're just battering this thing's head as it just sits there stoically. Now blood joining with its burn marks down its face. Excellently done. That brings us to Yana. What are you up to?
Yana is going to approach the bird people here. I don't know if they're still chasing the ogre or if they're like gathering around at this point, but I'm gonna like go toward the one that got dropped out of the sky by the fire breath. And I'm gonna pull out some like bandages and start like, I don't know if they speak the language, so I'm gonna speak like slowly and calmly in case they do speak common. But otherwise I'm just gonna be kind of like pantomiming that I'm gonna like bandage up this wound here. for the bird.
Interesting. Go ahead and make me a charisma check.
Sure, would that be performance?
Yeah, if you're proficient in performance, I would be happy to allow you a performance.
Oh, I'm proficient in a lot of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
17.
Let's see what they make of your pantomime as you approach this injured bird person. It seems a little bit wary of you, but like it has its spear held,
Yeah.
but it kind of just puts it next to it, and like its unblinking bird-like eyes like cocked and watches you, but it makes no move to stop you.
All right. If I still have time for this round, I assume that's probably the whole round, and I'll have to do it next time.
Okay, that works. Excellent. So that will bring us to Hella. You are seeing one of your allies attempt to like coax one of these bird people into letting them heal it, and the ogre is just getting wailed on in front of you while it sits down. What do you do?
Well, the ogre. How bad does the ogre look? Wounded.
I mean, it's been set on fire. It's got some blood dribbling down its mouth where it's been punched and kicked, but otherwise, it just seems to be stoically sitting there.
Would it count as prone?
Yes.
So here's the thing. Hella is a little bit worried. She's a little worried because she just missed and she almost shot one of the bird people, and now Yana is like walking up to them trying to make friends with them, and she can be nice sometimes, but she kind of doesn't want to risk the life of others. So she's gonna do the most reasonable thing to her in that situation, which is she's gonna drop her bow. She's gonna raise both her hands above her head and she's gonna say, "Listen, I can explain. I had a really rough night. That was a shit shot, okay? It was a bad shot. I'm very sorry."
Listen, I could explain.
So that's what she's doing. So even if you don't understand the language, you clearly see them when an archer drops their bones, like,
All right.
Full disclosure, yeah, it was a rough night.
We will keep in mind that you are pantomiming. It was a bad night to the bird people. The next things to go are these strange bird-like humanoids. Most of them are still flying up above the half ogre, spears like at the ready. They kind of cock their head back and forth and are watching.
Are they attacking the ogre at all, or are they just circling it?
Well, they were definitely chasing it until they ran into you, and now at the moment they're just kind of flapping there. They've like pulled up short to like not get hit by the fire breath, and now they're just they have their spears ready, and they're kind of, you can see them doing that thing where they're like, this one, and it seems that between your miming of the healing and Hella's mea culpa, they seem a little bit like they're confused. They don't know what to do with their turn, so they're just gonna hold it. Which brings us to the half ogre, who has finally stood back. He's been sitting there just getting wailed on, and the command wears off.
At the end of his turn or during this turn?
I'm pretty sure the command is an immediate thing, right? You command sit and it does.
Right, and it lasts for a round, right? Is it the end of his next turn?
I don't think he has to sit for a whole round. Well, let's look it up. I think he should be able to act when it becomes his turn, but I will look it up. Let's find an exact ruling.
Command. Or follow the command on its next turn. Has no effect if the target is undead, if it doesn't understand the language, or if your command is directly harmful to it.
All right. Well, it essentially followed the command already, right? And now its turn has come. It will stand up after being wailed on, and that uses all of its movement. And it can't run away anymore. It still has wild panic in its eyes. It reaches.
Offense number 62.
It reaches up with both hands and clasps them together, and like in a big clubbing motion attempts to smack our poor Leon above the head as hard as it can.
Please don't crit.
All right, it makes a.
Is this Millman making it 2 hours?
God.
8 with its attack roll, and it tries to smack you down.
Grasshopper.
Yeah.
Can I give the ogre bardic inspiration?
You dodge its attack effortlessly and with great grace, and the ogre sees it thought its eyes could not get any bigger. They grow more. Now it has like anime eyes. They're so big. It is truly terrified. And it brings us to Gil. You have commanded to sit and has now stood up. What do you do?
All right. I'll go in with a, ooh, that's a bad miss, and vicious mockery.
That's a bad miss. I think you should have gone with wide right or just a bit outside. All right. So it will make a whiz save and a 6. No, it is quite rightly mocked for its terrible performance on the field today. It is very concerned that all of his fans are going to mock him.
D4 psychic damage.
Nice. I believe it has disadvantage on its next attack too.
Will also have disadvantage on its next attack roll. So I
Nice.
deal 1 psychic damage to
Yes.
it, but it's
no. You see it's bleeding down its mouth. Its beard is on fire, and one tear streams down the opposite side of its face.
arguably the disadvantage on its next attack is actually a lot worse than a D4 damage. for it,
Yeah.
So.
That brings us to Leon. You have dodged gracefully away from this attack. What do you do?
Oh, I'm gonna kick the shit out of it some more. So
Okay.
first attack with advantage still.
I believe it is still under fairy fire. Yes,
All right.
Yep.
So first strike is 21
that'll do it.
for 7 bludgeoning,
Alrighty.
and then second attack if it's still up.
Oh, it's definitely still up. Oh, your strikes are very effective at first, and then like you think you're really gonna get like a roundhouse in on that last one, and you just like hit it right in the blubber, and it takes it like repels your fist back. It's just so blubbery there.
Well.
All right. That brings us back to Yana. You've been pantomiming healing on this bird.
Yeah.
It's watching you very closely.
I'm gonna go slowly, but if it lets me approach, I'll walk up to its injured wing. I think you said it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like I move slowly, and as long as it like lets me approach, I will walk up and I will slowly kind of like rub my lantern and apply a cure light wounds.
Okay. The bird watches you very carefully, but it will not move to stop you or threaten you. So
All right. It'll gain 5 HP back.
it gains back 5 of the HP it lost from the breath weapon. Excellent. That brings us to Faye, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Okay.
Go ahead and give us your turn. You drop your
I
bow,
have dropped
right?
my bow.
Yes.
I am going to grab my short sword from my side. I'm going to close distance to stand shoulder by shoulder with our fire-breathing friend, and I'm going to stab the ogre.
Ooh, all right.
Half ogre. Sorry.
Go ahead and give me an attack roll with advantage.
Oh my god, Jesus, what are those
Oh,
rolls?
you make the same mistake, and your short sword finds Purchase and stabs, but it just stabs him right where he's been packing on the calories. He's got that quarantine thick going, and he just doesn't feel it.
At least I didn't stab the bird, so, you know, I'm making progress. Mm-hmm.
All right. The birds are watching you all. They land, and they go to kind of like surround Yana. They're not explicitly threatening, but it seems that they are less concerned about this ogre at the moment, as it seems you guys are all beating it up. And they have turned their attention on you, and like all of these bird faces are just watching carefully.
Sure. I'll try speaking common while this is happening. Do any of them respond at any point?
No verbal responses. They just watch with those unblinking black eyes. Which brings us to the ogre, who's in an absolute panic. He rushes past the party. So I know that Hella is standing within melee distance, and Leon is standing within melee distance. I don't believe Gil is. Are you in the path of this ogre, or have you moved away from it?
I will definitely not be in the path of the ogre given the option to.
Okay. So it is going to bull rush past you. And it is just going to try its best to just overrun you with a pure brute strength. The two of you in melee, go ahead and make attack of opportunity rolls as it tries to push its way through you.
Could I trip it?
Yeah, that's an attack, right? You'd have to land your attack, but yes, you could use a
Yeah.
tripping attack.
18.
An 18 will hit. Go ahead and... So it makes a strength check not to be tripped, correct?
Pretty sure.
That is how I remember it. A 14, does that match your DC?
14. Yeah, it matches it.
All right, so you attempt to trip it, and it just like kicks your leg on the way. It takes 4 points of damage from you, but you get like spun like a top as you attempt to trip it, and it goes through and past you. Hella, go ahead and make your attack roll, or you could just let it run past, I suppose.
Nope, I'll try attack again.
Okay. With a 23, yeah.
Okay.
And you,
6
like,
damage.
stab it in the back on the way by for 6. That is not enough. And it just bulls past you both. Big, broad shoulders just knocking you both back. And it begins just running full speed away from you. And it runs a full 60 feet down the alleyway. As it does this, like, you see the birds, like, cock their heads as they all see it again running away. And that brings us to the top of the round. Gil, this ogre has burst past your companions and begun rushing down away from you in the hills. What do you do?
Offsides. How do the bird folk react as this ogre just goes like?
They've all
tearing off?
cocked their head and they are looking at it now. It definitely is hard to tell what bird people are thinking, but agitation seems to be a good word to describe it.
I think I'm just gonna kind of take a step to the side and just kind of let them chase it if they want to. Like this is clearly their situation. Like I don't want to get involved.
Okay. Gil
Option.
steps aside. Leon, you've been, like, spun around like a top, knocked around like a rag doll as this giant of a creature has run past you. What do you do?
Oh, I'm going to do my 30 feet of movement and then huck a dart at it.
Okay. Nice.
You still have advantage.
You will still
Yeah.
have advantage, yes. Go ahead and roll for me.
I need to make a normal roll because I believe the range is not far enough to hit it with a dart.
30 feet should be
It
fine.
moved- Yeah, it moves 60, so you should be able to.
You're within range. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
22.
I'll do it. Roll
And
me
it
some good
takes
damage.
4 piercing.
Max damage.
So you hit this thing in the back, and it like stumbles. It like takes a false step, and it like its whole leg buckles underneath it as the like momentum of its run just like causes it to face plant and just skid another 10 feet before it just stops moving, laying there dead on the floor.
You just see me look at my darts. I'm like, you're the luckiest things I own.
All
Is
right.
that, are we stepping out of combat then?
Sure. We can step out of combat for now. The bird creatures have, like, seen the ogre run away, and then half of them will take flight, and they go fly over to the ogre. You see them kind of stare at it, and they take their spears, and they just, like, coup de grace it in the back. Like, they make sure 2 or 3 stabs each, seemingly to make sure it is fully dead. The injured one...
If the bird I've been healing lets me keep working on it, I'll like spread that poultice that we got yesterday that helps disinfect wounds, and I'll bandage it up a little bit.
It does.
Because I only got 5 moves, 9 damage.
Yes, it does allow you to spread the poultice on it. The beady eyes never like leaving your face. The rest of the birds kind of heft their spears in looking at the rest of the party, and they begin kind of chittering and chirping with each other. Not a common speech, definitely a speech unfamiliar to the lands of men. Do any of you speak the speech of elemental air? No. Then this is completely unfamiliar to you, as they are chirping each other back and forth, and you can see their eyes looking from person to person. One of them kind of points its spear at the at the I don't know how you're feeling, Hella, but you see the bird people kind of point its spear at you as it's chirping amongst its friends. For now, you seem to be at a kind of uneasy peace with these creatures.
Once I'm done bandaging it, I'll kind of like step back from their group and give them like a low bow to apologize, and then I'll rejoin with the party and see what they do.
Oh, I'm so fetching my dart. I'm like, you're fucking amazing. And then
You try to go fetch your dart, and if you get close to this half ogre, all of the bird people that are surrounding it will immediately point their spears at you.
oh, I just want my dart, man. Like easy. I want the
Leave it.
They kind
Just
of
leave it.
give you that like
Leave it.
quick thrust, but not to like attack, but very threateningly at you.
I'll miss you. I'll walk back to the party.
All right. As you spend some tense moments listening to them chatter back and forth, one of the creatures seems to be more in favor of violent things, as far as you can tell, and a few of them seem to be uncertain. And the one that has been bandaged up appears to win what seems to be some kind of argument between them. And one of the birds kind of reaches in with a talon and plucks forth a gemstone, clear as the sky. Right, you could see through it as perfectly as if it were glass. And they kind of like set it on the ground in front of the party. And with that, they take wing and fly over to the ogre and grab it with their foot-like talons. And as unison, they like carry this thing off into the mountains.
If they give me a chance, I'll probably try to reciprocate that gift. I've got a handful of like different like small little like wooden figurines that I carry on top of my holy symbol that represent like various important people from the clan, and I'll try to give them like one of the protectors.
They will take the wooden figurine once you've set it down. You retrieve the gemstone and place down the wooden figurine. It is taken up by one of them and placed in their pouch where the diamond or the gemstone, it's not a diamond, but where the gemstone comes from, and goes to lift up the half ogre.
All right, and I will take that gemstone. So you said it's like a clear gemstone?
Yeah, it's fairly good sized. It would fit in the palm of a normal human's hand, and it is pristine. It is clear. You could see through it as if looking through glass.
Awesome. All right, I will take care of that. I assume it's going to be like a pound.
Yes.
Okay.
It could be a half pound.
I'll just put it down as one. I don't want to deal with fractions on this.
That works for me.
Unless I need to.
Hold on, let me find it.
I'm gonna need another.
It is a half pound, but
Okay.
you can label it however you desire. All right. So that was your encounter. Anything else that the party wants to do here, or are we going back to travel?
I want to
Heartbroken.
pick up my bow
Travel.
and then leave.
And then leave.
I'm gonna find a stick that I can carve up while we travel, because I need to replace the dart.
Did you only have one dart?
No, I have 10, right? But 10 can soon become none.
I see. Okay. You can easily find twigs and sticks and things amongst the juniper and bushes of the Gold Hills, but none of them are like real thick,
Yeah, I need something-
strong wood.
I
Like
need
you're
something
not in the
girthy.
woods necessarily.
Damn it.
So I'll give you a chance to find it.
Alright.
But
Survival
it's
check?
going to be quite difficult. Survival sounds good to
Alright.
me. Yeah.
Disadvantage, yeah?
Disadvantage works, yeah. I was going to change the DC, but disadvantage. No.
12?
No, unfortunately, all you find are small sticks and the, like, kind of thicker branches of the juniper bush, but none of those will do for a proper dart.
No, I need something hefty so I can heat it and get it
Like
nice.
half ogre bone would have been pretty good.
I know, right? But somebody wouldn't let me get my dart back. And then they flew off with the body. Oh, I could have used its teeth. Like, could you imagine throwing teeth at somebody? Oh, that'd be so good.
All right.
You're lucky you still have your teeth.
Excellent. So, after that, the party gets back onto the travel. So, Yana, you've been the leader so far. Any change to pace or to direction here?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I guess I'm pretty sure that we're not, like, we're lost. So I think, like, not to our general direction, but the first order of business is going to be looking for a big hill that we can use to scope out where we are now, because I'm pretty sure we went off course.
Let's not go to the bird's nest.
After a few miles of further travel, you come across a pretty large hill. You take some time to go up it. And now that the day has gone into the afternoon, you can now kind of see a wider area from the hilltops. You're not looking directly into the kind of sun, as it were. And sure enough, as you have crested the last few miles, you see in the distance what appears to be a grove of willow trees, or at least trees that are different from the juniper and small kind of trees that you've been encountering so far. You think it's about 8 or so miles off into the kind of easterly direction from where you are now. And it will take crossing a fairly decent sized ditch or ravine to get there. Like you've somehow moved yourself to the top side of one of these like ravines that you didn't expect to find.
I'll report that, assuming I'm the person who's kind of like scouting ahead here, and say, well, I think I might have found our grove, but we're gonna have to go through one of those. It's like the Gulch, right? Maybe not as big, but it's kind of a similar setup.
It's very similar to that setup, but just not nearly as large.
Okay, we're gonna have to go through like a smaller one of those gulches that we saw earlier.
That'll be fine.
Sure.
Right.
Do we want to rest one more day and make sure everybody's rested and prepared, or should we just go ahead?
I don't think
mean-
any one of us was hurt. We just
Nope.
might have lost some resources, but
I mean, if you want me to be able to burn things alive, we can rest and then do it tomorrow. But other than that, we should be fine to continue traveling. It's not
I'll
too
defer to
late in the
you.
evening, is it?
You still have about a half a day ahead of you.
Oh,
like
well,
it's
we'll just
it's
start
not
in the Gulch.
particularly close to evening.
All right, then that's
Okay,
fine.
yeah, we'll keep
we'll do
traveling
the
then.
distance now.
All
yeah.
right.
Side note: I've never seen a willow tree in real life. I'm looking at the tree now.
how steep is that ravine? Is it like we need rope, to help each other climb down there? Is it just you can still just walk
It's
down?
mostly a flavor ravine. You can lick it and it tastes really ravine-y, but it doesn't impact you mechanically very much.
Alrighties, I like those.
So you begin
Flavor ravine.
You begin making your time. What the ravine has effectively done is gotten you back on track at the cost of travel time. And so you cross this painstakingly over the afternoon. And as you are heading into late afternoon, you arrive at this kind of softer soiled area of the hills, which the hills are still prominent and noticeable, but gentler. Less rocky cliff faces, less ravines and trenches, more just like sloping hills. The long grasses grow higher here and take on a kind of golden hue as they have aged out and grown long and wild. The willow trees are a grove actually spreading across probably a half mile or more, and you can tell immediately as you approach that underneath the drooping arms of the willow are the very noticeable webs of spiders and the sacs of their eggs and spawn tied up into them.
See, this is why having my breath weapon would be perfect at the time.
That's true.
We could go back a little ways and rest now that we're here.
True. We should do that. As far away from the trees as possible would be preferable.
Wait, but this grove covers like how much space did you say?
Probably a half mile of grove.
So I doubt that you would get, and the eggs are spread like as far as we can see. They're spread all across all the trees.
Yeah, underneath the trees in their drooping kind of way, you can see webs spun, and in occasional places, sacks of eggs tied up.
Whew.
How dry is this grove?
Fairly dry. The hills themselves are very reminiscent of the high desert. Juniper grows here because it grows well with a lack of water.
One breath weapon would set half of it ablaze?
Maybe.
I have an idea.
It's wild. I'm not gonna lie. But I could set the place on fire, and we'd burn all of them.
This thing is about half a mile, like,
Yeah.
long.
I start a fire, and then the wind blows, and then the fire goes crazy.
My concern is more if we burn down all the trees, how are we going to find... He said it was an ancient willow, right? Large ancient willow?
Red,
If we burn down all the
red
trees, how will
willow.
we know which one marks the buried treasure?
Well, how do we know right now?
I would assume we look for one that's older and larger.
And probably red. It's in the description.
Are the other willows all red, or do
No.
they look not red?
No, the willows seem to just be your everyday normal willow. They don't particularly seem to have a reddish hue or tinge to them. But they are a grove of specifically willow trees, and the first you have seen.
When he said red willow, did he mean like a willow tree that was red, or is red willow like a type of willow, the way that you have like white oaks and red oaks?
It's a good question. Are you trained, proficient in nature in any
Are
way?
you a lumberjack?
Are you
No.
an arborist?
I myself am proficient in nature, if that would help.
You are proficient in nature. The answer to that question is no. This was not about a species of willow.
Okay.
Or at least there is no red willow species that you have come across in your studies.
Okay.
I see it being the biggest tree in the middle, and it'll have big mama spider living in it.
Could be.
Big mama spider. Not little mama spider. Big.
I mean, it's also the first grove we come across. It doesn't mean it's the last one.
True. Well, shall we travel away from the grove?
Either way, we should
Okay.
make camp.
Take a nap, sleep on it, and then burn it down tomorrow.
Okay. So you decide to leave the grove and take your time to find a nice camping space. And you make camp early in the day. So what I'm going to have you do is we will go ahead and do our end day of travel here, and then we'll have instead of just a single nighttime encounter roll, we'll roll twice to see if anything comes and molests you while you're attempting to rest. So,
We need our foraging.
yep, I'm going to need all of you to make DC 15 foraging rolls for food and water.
I will
God.
never succeed.
Oh, baby!
Yeah!
Excellent.
We did it!
Gil's an 11. So, once again, the three of you have failed, but water was found for the day, so you can drink refill and have refilled water skins. I will need 6 more pounds of food to be consumed for your day's worth of travel.
Would you like me to take that off my sheet, guys?
Yeah, I assume you've been doing
I'm-
that.
Yeah, I have been. So do you want me to take all of it off?
I gave you all of my food.
Okay.
All right. Excellent. And I have marked your hexes. I will roll both of these encounters. So, in the afternoon, there is nothing wrong. You spend a nice peaceful afternoon at camp. What is it that you do while you spend your day here in the camp? Like, this isn't usual, right? You have like hours to kill now.
I'm looking for a branch.
There is a grove of willows nearby. Perhaps
I
you
don't
could
want to
find...
go. I don't want to go in. Maybe there's a branch around. Maybe there was a stiff breeze or a storm, or I don't know how the environment works around everywhere else, but normally branches go. Or
Perhaps there was recently some sort of like ice storm that caused a number of branches to fall off of.
He's on it. I don't know. We don't snow. I don't know how that works.
Okay. Well,
I
you
guess
spend
I'll
your
play
time
some
looking-
music.
Okay.
I'll entertain the camp. I'll play music on my pan flute.
All right. Well, you play your pan flute, and it is accompanied by the dulcet tones of a vuvuzela. The buzzing probably keeps away any spiders. I mean, let's be real. That's got to be a perfect instrument for the the resting at camp feature. But the dulcet tones of a vuvuzela and a pan flute waft across the air as Leon looks everywhere he can for a big stick. But
I'm
he
gonna be
cannot
right back.
find
Catherine
one.
and the baby about to leave, so.
Sure enough, your evening comes to, or your afternoon comes to an end, and it goes into evening. And we will roll for who is on watch.
I guess I'll take it while I'm looking around for a stick. I'll keep an eye out.
Unfortunately, during your watch, you looked around for a stick and looked around for a stick and looked around for a stick. And you didn't find any stick. And so you went after the end of your watch and you woke up our good friend Yana. And Yana, how did you spend your watch?
Probably fairly diligent. I think she's pretty nervous during her watches. She still hasn't had like a situation where she's found something while on watch.
Right.
So like, still not entirely sure how that works. So I think she like keeps her lantern lit with her light cantrip and will mostly just try to I think she just keeps her lantern lit. It's a bullseye lantern and is trying to stay diligent, looking around. Occasionally like gets bored and slacks off a bit, but mostly tries to stay diligent on it.
All right. Well, you are trying to stay diligent to the best of your abilities here in the Gold Hills. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you are fiddling with your lantern.
Plus 4, 8.
8. Oh, okay. You are just fiddling with your lantern, and you are relatively unaware of anything going on. It seems to be a pretty normal day when you are suddenly aware of searing light coming from the north up to where the what's it called?
Grove?
The grove, thank you, comes from. And you're like, that's odd. What on earth could that be? And about that time, an arrow of fire streaks down and lands in your camp. And it catches something of fire. What is it that you keep on you that is flammable? Is it a bedroll? Is it your pack? What is it that has been caught by this flaming arrow?
I think bedrolls are probably the biggest target.
All right, your bedroll goes up in flame, and in a panic, you stand up and you see in front of you 4 skeletoned warriors. Each of them have bows and swords, and they are within 20 feet of the camp and have completely and utterly snuck up on you. What do you do?
All right. I am going to let out a high-pitched scream.
Oh, very good. Very
I think I'm just
good.
gonna, like, reflexively attempt to turn undead.
All right, so you let out a high-pitched scream, and the entirety of the party is awakened. We will go ahead and jump over to this screen as best we can. Huzzah! The party is around the campfire, sleeping blissfully, when Yenna is attacked by these skeletons. Let us roll into initiative.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, damn.
All right, so the skeleton rolls a 13. It looks like Leon has rolled an 11. We have Yana also with an
I think
11.
the skeletons go first.
Hella
Everybody
with
rolled
a
an 11 except
9.
for... Yeah.
And Gil is not here at the moment.
Oh, right, that wasn't the initiative roll. Do you want me to roll it for them?
Why don't you roll for Gil at the moment? Yeah.
Okay. They have a plus what to their dex? Does anybody remember? Oh, it's +3.
I
They
think
rolled a
it's-
23 before.
I think that makes sense. Yeah. That jibes with me. All right, and Gil with an 18.
All right. Should we take a break and wait for Mike, or do you want to just wait till he's back?
We could take a break and wait for Mike. Do we know what he was doing?
He said he was going to say goodbye to, I think his wife and kid were going to leave somewhere.
Okay. Wow. I don't know. I wasn't expecting him to walk up right now. I guess I probably should have thought about that. Let's
I
go
could
ahead.
swap with him if you want to do that.
Let's go ahead and we can swap you. That sounds good to me. We'll put him at 11 and you at 8. And where did you go? You at 18. And we'll see if we can get him back in time. And if not, we will figure it out. Okay. I think the skeleton somehow lost initiative there. Nope, that's correct. So, you go first. Yana, you are on watch. You are the first to react to this. What do you do?
I think like the scream turns into like pulling back, and I'm gonna reflexively attempt to turn undead. All of the ancestors kind of like band together for this one. Like the dead should stay dead. And they just
The dead should
coalesce into like a
stay
pulsing
dead.
golden light.
Absolutely. All right, you attempt to turn the undead. I believe they save against wisdom. Yes.
Yes, they all
That is
save
what I
against-
thought. All right, so we have 16. And
Yep, 14's
we
my
have-
DC.
Okay, perfect. That was what I was going to ask. And we have a 0.
Oh, my
That's very
lord.
good. That's very good. Strong
No
wisdom.
wisdom
on that skeleton. And 1.
Oh.
Strong rolls here. Strong rolls. And a 19.
Okay.
So,
Oh.
2 of the skeletons are immediately affected by the turn undead. You cannot destroy them, but they will retreat
No.
away from you
Yes.
on their turn, which it is now. There we go. Skeletons. So, these 2 skeletons in the middle will spend their turn backing up.
I think they have to go as fast as they can away from me.
And that they do. And then these skeletons shamble forward. And they're going to go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And that is their movement. This one is in range of our bow user. Who's our bowman of the party?
I'm the bowman. quote
You are the
unquote.
Sean
bowman.
stole my
All
token,
right,
yes,
he
that's it.
stole your token. Yana, you are attacked by.
Alright, I'm
one
gonna
of
go ahead and
these
use a
skeletons.
warding flare here. Which is my as a light domain cleric, I can impose disadvantage on their attack
A
here.
flash of light sprays up in front of them to give them
I
disadvantage.
shriek and the lantern
Yeah.
just lets out a quick flash.
Absolutely. So they take disadvantage and roll a 10 to strike at you with their short sword.
I have 14, so they miss.
All right. This other one does not get in melee range, and it will choose a target. Let's see who it chooses. It chooses 1, 2, 3, 4. Leon, you have been waken up by a blood-curdling scream. You've noticed that these skeletons are here, but in your sleep, you are unprepared really to deal with this short bow.
Send it.
Where did it go? There we go. It's a 22 to hit you.
Yeah, it's gonna hit.
And it does 4 piercing damage. And it is now your turn to retaliate, having been woken up by a blood-curdling scream and then a dastardly shot, a sucker shot, if you will, of the bow. What do you do?
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna run up and punch it in its fucking mouth. Bastard.
All right, you run up and punch it. Go ahead and make a roll to hit for me. Oh man, that did not go well for you. What is it? What happened? Why were you unable to punch this thing to death?
Because I'm used to punching things with flesh on their body, so I probably didn't compensate for just bones.
You hurt your hand?
No, this is like, I went for a swing and I was like, oh wait, there's no flesh on that chin, and just whiffed. Just completely missed.
Nice.
I'm going to use my bonus action, though, to see if I can follow up with the kick.
Okay, go ahead and a bonus action kick him. With an 11, that does not hit. Your strike doesn't hit the skeleton's bones. In fact, it's wearing the rotting and decaying and ancient like metals on its body and some kind of makeshift armor. And your kick just rings against that metal, clearly not doing any damage. Gil, you have woken up to a blood-curdling scream in the middle of the night, and skeletons are upon your party. You've seen Leon get shot in his bedroll by an arrow, and one of them is nearby with a sword threatening Yana. What do you do as you wake up to this?
We're still mid-long rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
For reference, these two are running away, by the way.
Which two?
There are 2 very close to you
north.
and 2 very far up, moving as far away as they can.
Oh, okay. Turn undead style.
Yep, very much turn undead style.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. I guess I'll just. I'm trying to move my character on, or my token on the Twitch stream. That's not going to work.
No.
I will go ahead and I'll move up here to the other side of Leon, and I'll just attack the skeleton with a rapier.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead and make an attack as you grab your rapier from your sleeping bag.
Yeah. I'm not wearing my armor, but honestly, my AC is only 1 lower without it. So.
Nice.
Ooh.
Ooh,
my
you
God,
also fail to strike this. What is it about the skeleton that has caused you to fail so utterly to strike it?
Well, I have a rapier, so I probably lunge, and it probably just goes right between one rib and right out the other rib as I just hit no flesh on the way.
You strike in between these like makeshift metal pieces it's wearing and in between its ribs, and you just come out completely clean. A little bit surprised and shocked at the result of this attack. Very nice, very nice. All right, that brings us to Hella. You've seen your companions fruitlessly try to attack these skeletal creatures. You've just woken up to this blood-curdling scream. What do you do?
I'm hearing it's my time to shine, Greg. What can possibly go wrong?
That's what I hear.
Is this skeleton the one with the bow?
Each of them have bows and short swords. This is the one you pinged is the one that most recently shot its bow.
Okay, so I'm gonna shoot that one.
Okay. Absolutely.
And we're gonna go -5. We're gonna go for a normal shot, Greg. Okay, we're gonna be
a normal shot against the skeleton. Sure.
Normal shot.
Sure.
Okay.
A 16. You do strike the skeleton, clattering into the bones. You strike it for 11 damage, but you are surprised to see it not really do what you were expecting. You were certain that this was a very clean hit, but it doesn't feel like the damage was very effective.
I've never fought a skeleton before, you know? You live, you learn.
You live, you learn. Yeah. All right. That is your turn. No movement, just the bow shot.
Oh no, I'm paddling back, dude.
I thought you might be. I thought that
I'm
you
paddling.
might be.
We're paddling. I'm not wearing any armor, so we're going back here.
I can't even find you on the stream. There you are. Hey, all right.
Down south. Don't worry about it, Greg.
Don't worry about it. No, I
I'm
figure
still there,
the
so
stream might want to see. I don't know. All right, excellent. That brings us back to the top of the round. Yana, what do you do?
I think I scream and sacred flame this one. I think I'm like in a perpetual state of like panic here. in
You were
this
just
fight.
screaming. You screamed to wake him up.
never
You
fought the
screamed
undead
to
before.
sacred fire. I love it.
It needs to make a dexterity
Yes.
save.
Yes, it does.
You're just gonna wake up the entire forest in no time.
It says on the
That's a
12,
fail.
so go ahead and
It'll
take
take
damage.
two.
I
I don't know if it's weak to radiant, so
It
would
takes
take.
a good whopping from your ancestors. Like, an ancestor shows up with a big stick, starts giving it a clobbering, and you think that this is a more impactful spell than you anticipated. Or
Okay.
maybe your ancestors just really hate skeletons? You're not sure.
Okay.
All right, but it is now skeleton time. These guys are just going to do. They are moving away as best they can. This one has closed within fighting range, and it once again hacks away at you with its short sword, Yana.
Okay, warding flare. So take another disadvantage on that.
All right, taking another disadvantage. It strikes at you with an 18.
That'll hit.
That will hit, and it deals 7 piercing damage as it slashes into your flesh. You see its jaw move as if it's laughing, but no sound comes out. This one over here drops its bow, and it can't decide which of these failures to hit first. It turns out the first failure will be the one. It looks at it looks at you, Leon. It drops the bow, pulls out the short sword, and strikes you with a 8. No, you dodge gracefully away from it. Well done, Leon. After that amazing performance of a dodge, what do you do to counterattack?
Oh, I'm gonna punch him again. So
Punch away.
11.
No, you wind up for a big punch, and you just like hit its metal helmet plate. It like moved to laugh at you a little bit, and your fist just connects right on the metal.
All right. Bonus action. Another swing. 13.
Ooh, no, once again, your bonus swing falls short. You can't pummel this skeleton.
I need flesh to hit. Damn it.
You need something fleshy. Where are its squishy bits? Gil,
No squishy bits.
Gil, can you find the skeleton squishy bits? I'm guessing no by that face.
I was trying to unmute myself, and I had to find the Discord window to do it. No, probably not. Honestly. I mean, I can always attempt. No.
Are you going to bardically mock the undead skeleton? It
I
is
thought
an
about
option.
it, but I mean, what am I mocking it for? Winning? Like,
You clearly are not a good enough broadcaster, or you're not a homer. You must be a national broadcaster, right?
Yeah,
For the National League of Adventurers, you're not a local guy.
yeah. So yeah, I'll just try and stab it with the rapier again.
Okay,
Let's see how that goes. There we
that's
go.
an 18. You manage to strike it. You find your way in with your rapier and you poke its bone. Go ahead
right.
and roll some damage.
All right, it takes 5 damage.
Much like the arrow that your companion shot before, you are quite disappointed in the damage output. It seems to be only marginally effective compared to when you hit those fleshy bits of creatures.
Yeah, I'll tell. What's Milman's Leon? Don't stab it there. Inspiration.
All right.
I don't stab.
All right. Hella, it is back to you. You have shot this thing ineffectually with your bow. You have seen the bone poking not going well on the other side. What do you do?
Well, if I had known that it was this kind of mission, I would have brought something that was more bludgeoning than this.
Do you say that aloud? Because I can be like, I can.
I could kick my quarterstaff to you.
I was gonna say I have a club.
Yeah, I mean, I am saying it out loud, you know, I'm saying that because I'm looking at my short swords and my bow and I'm like, this is all just plink plonk, you know, I feel like we need more bonk.
I was
but-
like,
I
damn
have
these variant
this.
encumbrance rules. No.
exactly.
Use my club.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Exactly. So I guess whenever one of you drops it, I can use it the next turn.
Yeah,
So
I think
now
mine was
I'm
like
gonna
next
take
to my
another
bedroll,
shot.
and I just like kick it, and I'm screaming like, "Help!
Does encumbrance affect your
So can
combat
If
versatility
you
at all?
are, yes, it will. Are you encumbered currently?
But like we don't have our bag
Oh.
on ours.
I'm not. I was just thinking, like my most effective tactic here might be to just throw myself onto one of the skeletons and over encumber it. That way,
I was gonna laugh if you were over encumbered while you woke up from sleep and
No.
like didn't have your armor on. Alrighty.
So can I ask?
what do you do,
like,
Hella?
If I know where the quarterstaff is, can I pick it up this round, or do I need to wait another round?
You know where your friend was sleeping, right? You could run over to his sleeping bag and, well, his sleeping bag is currently on fire from the flaming arrow. So if you want to pick that up, you will have to brave the flaming terrain.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna make it into melee range of that thing anyways, so I'm gonna, for now, just move a little bit closer, and take a shot. At
You
this
move a
one.
little closer. All right. How brave
Yes.
of you.
Because I can't make it, like, in melee range of that thing,
Okay.
no matter what.
Go ahead and
Um,
shoot your skeleton here.
Okay, we're gonna try to snipe it.
Ooh, going for the
and
sniper
hopefully
shot.
Gonna get a little bit luckier here. So -5 to this.
Okay.
Ooh.
A 23 minus 5 is an
Woo!
18, which
18?
will hit. Go ahead and roll
Big
your
ding.
sniper damage. Does
So
that
that's
include your
20
sniper?
damage, and then
20.
whatever it takes less.
So you are certain. You line up the perfect shot. You see its eye hole. Unleash your arrow. It flies right through the like eye hole of the skeleton. The arrow lodges in the back of the skull, the shaft sticking out, and you're certain that that was a perfect hit, but it's still not as effective as you would like it to be. And the skeleton kind of cocks its head a little bit, recoils from the strike, and then opens its jaw again as if laughing, but no sound
Right.
comes out.
Okay,
Leon,
where's this bedroll positioned? Approximately?
I'm gonna assume that it is
think
in the 5-foot square next to not Leon, Yana.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be either
Okay.
in this square here that I've pinged in front of the skeleton, or this one.
I'm going to go ahead
want to
and
be
Sacred
sure.
Flame again, so I need another deck save.
Okay, Yana, you does it come with another scream? I need to know.
Oh yeah. Just there's. I mean, it's not necessarily accompanying the Sacred Flame so much as there's just like perpetual
It's just
screaming.
perpetual screaming
Yeah,
about
momentary
the
like
skeleton.
gasping for breath and then more screaming.
Okay, a 12 will not do it. So go
It takes
ahead
another
and
4 points of damage.
takes
then.
4. Ooh, hold on, I have to do math. It takes 4. How does your ancestor destroy the skeleton?
I think like one of them just like merges with the skeleton
Uh-huh.
and it just kind of disintegrates into dust.
Ooh.
And like
They
all that's left behind is
merge
kind of
with
like
it.
that glowing radiance. of one of them.
Yes. One of your ancestors like comes formed in light, merges with the skeleton, and you see it like dissolve into dust, like Indiana Jones and like when he drinks from the wrong cup.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember which movie that was. Shoot, I was gonna make such a good reference that's like 30 years old. I'm hip. All right.
I think I'm pretty sure it's Last Crusade, isn't it?
Yes.
Pretty sure.
I think so. All right, that brings us to the remaining skeletons. These two up here are still under the turn undead.
Yeah, for 10 rounds. So
Yeah,
they're
this
gonna
is
go
round
a good ways away.
3. They are running away. You'll notice that they seem particularly slow. Even though they're moving at like maximum rate, they're not getting that far. But they are effectively off the map at this point. This remaining skeleton is animated by some unknown evil and is unaware that he's the last one remaining, and will continue to slash away at... Yeah, he's going to keep slashing away at Leon. He has no reason to change his mind. And he will attack
Come on, roll
with a
20.
19.
I need to survive.
Oh,
that hits.
yes. With 3 more points of slashing.
Yep. Oh, Gucci.
Are you're still up? Okay.
Still
Good
up.
job. Monk HP.
10, baby, 10.
That's pretty
Very good. Speaking of that, Gucci Monk XP, Leon, tell me what
Okay,
you do.
does it use my action to drop my club? Because I have a club, like,
Okay.
on me.
Okay.
I don't ever use it, like, monk club, but
Mm-hmm.
I have it. Would it be an action to drop it so old mate can pick it up so he doesn't have to
dropping
stab his
things
face?
on the floor sounds like a free action to me.
Cool. I'm going to drop him the club and say, try using this. Less stabby stabby.
All right, you
And
drop
then I'm
the
going
club.
to, I'm going to punch it again.
Okay. Very nice.
23, here we go.
23, that time you finally do it. You punch the skeleton.
Break some ribs. Come on.
Is punching bludgeoning?
Yes.
Yes.
I think it is. Your punch is very effective. Combo. You
Right.
you punch it and smash some ribs. Absolutely.
All right, then I'm going to use my bonus action
Yeah.
to follow up with another unarmed strike.
Okay, go ahead and attack.
13.
No, you got too excited. You gave him a good punch, ribs shattered, and you're like, woo! And your uppercut just whiffed.
God damn it.
All right, Gil, you just saw epic punching. What do you do?
Millman, I gave you Bardic Inspiration. Do you want to add that to your 13 to hit?
Nah, I'll save it because I'm going to need
All
it
right.
to dodge, otherwise I'm going to die.
I don't think that's how that works.
Oh well, I'll use it next turn. It's fine.
I think he's got to be the College of Valor in order to give you the AC bonus.
To give you the AC
Damn.
bonus.
And that'll come at level 3, I think.
Yeah, we're not level 3 yet.
Yeah.
It'll be
Um,
fine. I'll use it for my next swing.
You dropped a club though.
He did
I
drop
did
a club.
my club.
All right, I'll pick it up.
Ornate
Alright.
Stick of Doom.
Yeah.
Doom!
Here's the wind up, and I take a swing.
Batter up.
1d20. It's a strength weapon, right?
It is a strength weapon, yes. With a 17, that will hit. Go ahead and
What?
roll some damage for me.
1d4.
Oh, that's right. Clubs are little.
Yep.
1d4 minus 1.
Nailed it.
You will do at least 1 damage
One
and double that. So your pathetic swing is actually very mighty in your eyes. This little
Right.
gnome takes the club,
Halfling.
hammers it in the knee, and you just see it begin to split a little bit. You're like, yeah. Very nice.
Dunk. It's like a puppet. It's a puppet hitting with a bonk stick.
You bonk the skeleton. Well done. I like it. Hella, you have seen the mighty skeleton in front of you slain. What do you do? Still going for
Right,
that quarterstaff?
If I look over, is that backpack still on fire or has it frizzled up?
It's
Like,
the
can I-
bedroll's on fire. The backpack is fine.
Oh, the backpack is fine. Okay, so I have to rummage through it anyways.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think you said it might be here, so I'll try to rummage through the backpack to find the quarterstaff.
Okay.
I
So
think it's gonna stick out, isn't it? 'Cause the quarterstaff really can't be stench.
you're gonna find the quarterstaff. Getting the quarterstaff is not the issue. The issue is you are going through a space that is currently on fire. So I want you to make me some kind of check to not also become on fire, right? How are you getting this quarterstaff?
Isn't just the bedroll on fire?
Yes,
it's
but
the
his
whole
his
square.
backpack is right next to the flaming bed sheets.
Okay, well, I'm not just walking into the fire then, okay? So what we're gonna do instead, if I can tell that this is like, you know, gonna set me on fire if I come close to it,
Well,
what
you
we're
can
gonna do is...
I'm telling you can get this. It's just gonna cost you a roll. You gotta show me that you can get it without becoming on fire, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
It sounded
gonna
like you were
sidestep,
changing your
right?
plan. That's my
5
bad.
feet. 5 feet into the creek, doing a mud roll, okay? Which takes probably about half of my movement left, so I got like 15 more feet covered in mud and water. I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna pick out the quarter stuff out of the burning space, being all caked up and very wet and very hard to set on fire.
All right. It sounds to me like that is definitely an intelligence check to make
Oh my
yourself
God.
wet and muddy to prevent the fire.
Oh, not
And
particularly.
I don't know if there's a proficiency for getting dirty. Do you have like a?
I'd say that's an athletics thing, right?
Well,
How well can you roll around in the mud?
How well can you wallow
That
in
is
the filth?
true.
Okay. So let's
Pretty
let's
sure you
have.
have to roll seduction to get dirty.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
that's not a
God,
skill,
I
so
do
we
not
can't
have
roll that.
seduction.
So I would like an intelligence athletics check then, and your DC will be 12.
Right. So
I like
this
the
is
idea
my
that you can throw yourself in the creek without successfully getting wet or muddy. Like you.
Yeah,
No,
that's
she
the
will.
thing,
She will
apparently.
get wet and muddy. It'll be a matter of how wet and how muddy.
It's a +2, so it's a 10.
Okay, DC 12 is higher than that. So, despite the wet and the mud, it still is hot and burns when you go to get the quarterstaff. You pick
I
it
call
up and it
bullshit
is
on that one.
yours, but you take 1 point of fire damage as you do so. All right. So that was your movement. What would you like to do as your action?
I can't do anything because I'm
You can't
standing
do
in the
anything.
fire now, so...
Okay. Excellent. So that brings us back to Yenna. You have slain a skeleton with your ancestor. What do you do now?
I think the screaming's kind of subsided, but there's like that more quiet panic now as she like turns to the other one and is gonna try and just like sick the spirits on that one too.
Okay.
And that's gonna need to make a
Call
dex
forth
save.
your ancestors. No, it does not save.
Takes 8 damage.
It takes 8 damage. All right. Ooh, can you get one more? Probably not.
No,
All right.
because it's no
Yeah.
bonuses.
All right, it survives despite the ancestors coming forth once again to beat skeleton ass. It does not.
It's still attacking Leon, right?
It is now its turn. Yes, and
Okay,
it
let me double
appears to
check.
be
I think I
attacking
can
again.
warding flare it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can cast warding.
No.
flare.
I can do that at a higher level, but I can't do it right now. I have to get to level 6 first.
Unfortunately. And in
survive
that
today, and
case, the short sword flashes once again as the skeleton,
God.
animated by some unknown force, continues attacking. And it rolls a 7. Oh. Leon once again dodges out of the way. And it's now Leon's turn.
All right, you motherfucker, time to die. All right, first swing, 7. I'm not gonna bother using it, and then bonus action. Come on, 10. All right, so I get a D6 with bardic inspiration.
D6
correct?
with Bardic Inspiration.
Come on, 14.
A 14, I believe, hits?
I don't know. I can't see it. I
A
see.
14 hits.
All right,
Oh my god.
fucking die.
And with 1 HP left, you pummel it, strike after strike after strike, just like breaking bones until they shatter and die. So, we are effectively out of combat for now, as the other skeletons are currently fleeing from.
Yeah, I
turn
like drop to
undead.
my knees after this, and then like after a couple seconds of like panting, I like go. There's more. There's more. There's more.
Right.
1 second, I just turn and I'm like, pull it out. This fucking arrow sticking out of my chest.
Is there a first aid in 5e? I can't remember. For
First aid, like,
immediate
kit?
non-magical healing.
If you take a feat, if you take the healer feat, you can use
Okay.
a medicine check with a medicine kit to
There's
restore
a
hit.
yes.
But
Okay. Wasn't sure if that was a skill or not. So I mean, I suggest keeping, like, I see it's pretty shallow, and I suggest keeping it in until we can better tend to it.
Okay.
Arrow.
So, what do you guys do? You're effectively out of combat here, but it is still evening. You're in the second watch of the evening. You've been attacked by skeletons in your camp. 2 of them have been driven off, but you know, maybe only temporarily. When the turn undead wears off, they may come back. What do you do as you have this like
I guess first thing I'll
momentary
put out the fire
reprieve?
on my bedroll.
Good choice. Yes.
I guess we should prepare for them to come back. I don't know how long it's going to be, but he's got a club now. You've got a quarterstaff. I don't plan to get stabbed anymore.
Somebody else take the front. I'm not going near that thing.
I'm gonna wash. I mean, we have time now, so I'm gonna wash myself. I'm gonna put on my armor.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna say, well, are we going to hunt them down?
You have light armor or medium armor?
Medium.
So it takes you 5 minutes to put that on. The spell's gonna run
But apparently
out.
we're not under time pressure anymore.
Well, we're thinking about spell length here. 10
it's
rounds
1 minute,
is 1
so,
minute.
yeah.
So in the middle of donning your armor, the spell runs out. Who
Well,
feels?
unless she would tell me when it runs out. I don't know if she knows. Because I assume
Could
I've
we make
never
it
seen
faster
anybody
by helping
turn
them
on
put it on?
Yes. I think you
I'll
can go
help.
down. You can go down 1 class, right?
Sure.
You can.
I'll help them put on their armor.
Okay. So it takes you a minute to put it on.
It would take them
Right.
about a minute to walk back, right?
Yeah, so who's feeling lucky?
Not me. I'm hiding behind Hella at this point.
What do we
Do I
roll,
get to
Greg?
take the?
Okay. I heard
I'll roll.
Faye before you, Mill. I'm sorry.
All right, that's okay.
Faye's feeling lucky. So, roll me an unmodified d20. This is your luck roll.
4. I nailed it. Low is good, right?
Well, you're either extraordinarily lucky or extraordinarily unlucky. Your minute
Loving it.
Your minute goes by. You are donned in your armor. You are aware that the spell has run out. Another minute passes.
I'll light my lantern. It's a bullseye, so it'll go out 60 feet, and I'll scan ahead to see if we can see him coming back.
60 feet. All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Oh, so like to the edge of the map as it currently exists. Okay.
cool.
So you begin scanning. 1 minute passes, 2 minute passes. About the 3rd minute, you catch movement at the far end of the lantern, and you see skeletons returning. But unfortunately, it seems they return once again in full force. 2 more skeletons have come to replace the fallen enemies. And as you see them approaching, you've been waiting patiently. Once again, in the exact formation that they came to, you see them stepping forward in their slow shuffle. All 4 of them, once again, with the same mismatched metal, the bows and the short sword. And you, by the light of your lantern, see these skeletons once again at the very edge of your vision.
illegal substitution, offensive team.
What do? You have noticed them. They're 60 feet away. You have been waiting for them.
I'm gonna Sacred Flame.
Ooh.
From behind Hella, I'm gonna Sacred. There we go.
Do we all have action as we see them coming, or is it
Yes.
just okay? I'm gonna cast Bane on 3 of the 4 of them then.
You're going to cast
Just have this one
Bane.
make a dex save.
All right. Let's make one of them make a dex save. Absolutely. So the one on the middle of the right will make
Middle
a
right, yep.
dexterity save. It is a
It passes.
14. It passes. The flame of your ancestor ignites and races forth,
Yeah.
but the skeleton resists the power of your ancestral magic. That is your action here. Who else has an action to take here? It's 60 feet.
I'm casting Bane, so have the 3 leftmost skeletons all make charisma saving throws.
All of them make charisma saving throws. Okay. Bane is what kind of spell? Or what kind of is it a charm? Is it what is Bane?
It's not a charm effect. It's just up to 3 creatures of your choice must make charisma saves. When they fail to save, if they make an attack or saving throw for the duration, they have to roll a d4
What
and
school
subtract.
of magic is it from?
It's enchantment.
It's an enchantment. Perfect. Okay. 3 charisma saves it is. I'm going to roll advantage just to get 2 dice on the table, but that'll be 2 rolls, and then
Okay.
I'll roll a third one. Charisma save. All right, so we have a 14, a 17, and a 3 on their charisma saves.
14, 17. I think 14. Yeah, 14 still passes. So one
right.
of them.
So
Fail.
this one
I
here.
think it's 3, 1, and 17. The first one is the dex saving throw, right?
Oh, you're correct. You're correct. It's 3, 1, and 17. Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I
And then the 17
brained
passes.
badly.
The other people fail.
So these 2 are baned. I don't know. We'll give them like a net on them so that we know that they are baned. And then this one in the middle has passed 2 saves. It is clearly of superior stock to the other skeletons. Awesome. That is Gil. Hella, Leon, do you have anything to do during this round?
The dodge action.
Nice.
The dodge action.
I'm genuinely worried because I'm a sharpshooter, right? If I was on the other side, I'd just start shooting, those flashy enemies on my opposing side.
Uh-huh.
But Hella also is aware that she is the tankiest of the party and that the monk is looking bad.
Arrow sticking out still.
I think I'm gonna try and take one for the team here, Greg.
Ooh, okay.
So the grumpy warrior takes the quarterstaff in her hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk 30 feet up here.
Okay.
And with the quarterstaff, I will try to take a dodge action out in the open here.
You will take the dodge action. Excellent. And Leon is taking the dodge action. All right, it is time to roll into initiative then in the first round. Do you want to re-roll or do you want to keep the same initiative you had
already
last time?
re-rolled.
Already re-rolled. Sounds good to me. Okay. 22
21.
for Yana. Gil gets a nice 7.
Yep.
Okay. Leon.
Greg, is this a new day from when we fought the ogre with the bird people, or is this the end of that same
This
day?
is the end of that day. You guys rolled much better in initiative this time.
Yes.
I
Thank
did. We
God.
went through with it. Although I guess we don't know what they rolled yet.
They have rolled a 22. All right.
Lord,
I guess we go
fucking hell.
simultaneously then.
All right. You will go first, as these skeletons are too slow. They
Okay.
do not act first in initiative
I
when
want
tied.
same one to make me another dex save.
Okay, dex save it is. 14.
It passes again.
This is
and then I'm
the
gonna
true
go-
skeleton. He is of better stock than the others.
I'm gonna jump back behind this rock here. These things are scaring me.
Okay. All right. And so they advance. This skeleton goes 5, 10, 15 feet to the top of this cliff. And he has 80 feet of range. Who's he going to fire at? No one? Oh, someone cast a spell on him. Who cast the spell? It was Gil. Gil, you are going to be attacked by the short bow of this thing. It needs to roll a d4 to subtract from its attack.
Yep. It takes 3 out.
So that is an 8 to hit you. Its shot is very affected by your magic and flies well wide, completely away from you and your party. Terrible shot, that skeleton. These two skeletons emerge in lockstep, marching shoulder to shoulder. 5, 10, 15. And this one has been hit by a spell, and he will attack you as well, Gil. He has a 1 against his. Okay. He rolls a 16 altogether. Okay, Gil, you will take an additional 4 piercing damage as he unleashes his short bow straight into your fleshy bits. This one here has been passing saves left and right. He's probably more upset at Iana over here. With all these ancestral attacks, does not like that. So he will fire the short bow at Iana for a 14 to hit. I don't think that does it.
Roll that at disadvantage because I'm behind cover. Unless that doesn't make sense here. Like, I specifically jumped back behind this rock
You did
to
say
get
you went
to
behind
cover.
the rock. I forgot which one was you in the, since we don't have tokens. I will roll that at disadvantage, my bad.
Alright.
That's a 5! He
Okay.
critically misses. He hits the rock. He hits the rock like a dead on. Like, if you had been in the front side of the rock, it would have been great, but he just nails the rock. And this one here goes 5, 10, 15. And he will shoot at... No one has targeted him. He gets to free choose. And he chooses... Ooh, he chooses Hella. Hella, you've taken the the dodge action, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So, this is done at disadvantage. An 8 to hit you. You dodge gracefully out of the way, preventing the skeleton from hitting you. All right, Yana. You have hid behind the rock successfully. You have seen your poor gnome get pelted with arrows. What do you do?
I'm keeping up with the Sacred Flames.
All right, more deck saves will be made. That is a fail. He finally failed. Oh,
12,
and takes 12 points of damage. My goodness gracious. All right, this one's feeling some pain. Honestly, doesn't like it at all. Is that the end of your turn? No movement, just staying behind that rock.
Yep, I am keeping my cover.
Perfection.
Yep. I'm not moving until I have to.
Leon, you are done dodging. You've been in Matrix mode, but nothing has attacked you. Unfortunately, your poor gnomish friend has been hurt. What do you do?
I'm going to turn to my gnomish friend and say, try to stay close. And then I'm going to move for taking dodge action again.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get there? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to move to there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 there. And I'm going to continue taking the dodge action.
Okay, you continue taking the dodge action. That sounds good. Let's move on to... Hella, you have dodged an attack. Your friends are nearing. What do you do?
This is the slowest 20 I've ever rolled in initiative.
I know, right? There's a lot of people
Like, half
ahead
an
of
hour,
20.
it's your turn. Well,
Funny, it's your turn now, and then next is me with a 7 right after.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking nailed it. It doesn't even matter that one time I roll well on initiative. I'm gonna walk up to this skeleton,
Okay.
the one that targeted me, and I'm gonna slam at it with a quarterstaff. Now, I actually can't remember. It's quarterstaff strength. I think it is.
Yeah, strength bonus, D8 damage.
Yep.
Let's
Right.
I believe it is. Yeah, I
D8
think
because
it's just that.
versatile. Yeah, I get that.
And you're a fighter, so you're proficient in it, regardless.
So, yeah. So it's this plus 2,
19 will hit.
19 for plus 2.
6
Well,
points
three
of
damage, I nailed it,
mighty
great. Nice.
damage. Very good. You bludgeon it with the quarterstaff. You hear the snapping of bones underneath its metal armor, and you feel really good about that quarterstaff. Maybe you should pick that up more often. It's doing work.
It's mine now.
All right, Gil. Your friends have engaged the enemy. You've been shot with arrows. What do you do?
Yep. The one that missed me with its attack, I'm going to use Vicious Mockery, and there's going to be a foghorn noise, and I'm just going to go airball.
All right. You mock it for its poor marksmanship.
Yeah, and it needs to do was Vicious Mockery. I don't
It's
know.
a wisdom save.
Wisdom save, and it has minus a D4 to its wisdom
Awesome.
save.
Want to roll me that D4? Well, how negative would you like it to go?
Nice. Take double damage for being below 0.
Take double damage for being below 0. No. But nice try.
I figured. It's got a -3.
It's taken a -3. All right, and so now he has disadvantage and a -4.
And he takes 4 psychic damage to that skeleton.
Oh, I see. That was your negative and not the damage.
That was his bane, and then the damage is 4 psychic damage.
Alrighty then. This guy here, we'll mark him with a net and I don't know. A wrench.
There you
Wrench
go.
sounds like viciously mocked. It's skeleton time. No. They go second to Yenna, right? Yes.
Yes.
Skeletons are
Yeah,
not the
they go
top
after
of the
me.
order. Yana, go.
All right. Another saving throw.
Okay.
From this
Saving
guy
throw
right
for the
here.
skeleton. A 17. He once
guy.
again.
Good saves
He
today,
once
Greg. What the
again
heck?
returns the like saving throw war with another volley of just pure skeletal stock. Awesome.
And that is it for me.
And you're just hiding behind the rock still. Perfect. Okay, now it is skeleton turns. This skeleton here, facing Hela, will drop its short bow. It is now time for melee fighting. Let's see here. Skeleton, where are you?
Liz, not Nettie.
And it rolls a 13 to hit
That
you.
is a miss.
It is a miss. Excellent. These two skeletons always step in lockstep. And they go 5, 10, 15 feet forward. They are not in melee range with anyone. They're going to keep shooting at the same people. They're very single-minded that way. So the first attack will be against Gil with the Bane still in effect. A 15 to hit, but what's the... Ooh, 14 total.
Yeah, 14 will still hit me. It matches my AC with my armor on, and we got attacked in the middle of the night, right?
We did get attacked in the middle of the night. Yep.
Oh, but we had a minute to put our armor on before they came back.
You did doff your you did don your armor during the intermission between combats.
That does still hit.
Okay,
Unfortunately.
still hits. So that will be 8 piercing damage as the bow strikes you.
Gil's
bolt.
unconscious.
Gil is unconscious and bleeding out. The second skeleton will take a disadvantaged shot at the man behind the rock, sending his ancestors at them. He's very upset about this whole ancestor thing. And the whole hitting the rock wasn't a fan. Ooh, a 14?
That hits. I'm probably gonna go down.
Oh, man. He shoots you
I think
around the
I'm
rock.
guaranteed to go down.
This is the champion skeleton.
God
We got to
damn.
give him, like, a crown. Look at this. He's the golden
Can you
skeleton.
Kill the
flash
whole
it
party.
or something?
Best
Right.
skeleton, man. All right. You take 6 piercing damage from his bow shot.
I am unconscious.
Ooh.
Oh my lord, no.
5, 10, 15. The skeleton keeps moving along the cliff, and Gil is down, so it needs a new target. It looks at Leon sitting here in the middle of the battlefield and thinks this is a good target. We will shoot him. Leon.
Listen, just because it's 5 minutes to 11 p.m. doesn't mean we gotta die here, okay? Keep your shit together, people.
He misses.
All right, he misses. All right. That brings us to Leon. You have been ducking and diving. What do you do?
All right, I'm gonna move into melee range with this bad boy.
Okay.
And I'm going to strike him.
Okay. A
Oh,
10
10
does
doesn't
not hit. The
All right.
king of all skeletons right here. I mean,
Bonus action. Come on, 22.
oh, a 22 that will hit. With
7 bludgeoning.
14. Ooh. Oh no, is the king dead? He can't
Yep.
be dead.
I
The
dethroned
king,
the
the
king.
king is dead. The king is slain. Leon has bludgeoned it to death.
All right, then I'm going to use the rest of my movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, I'm going to move.
All right. Excellent. So that is that. Hella, you are locked in mortal combat with a skeleton.
Yeah.
What do
I
you
don't
do?
think I see people going unconscious behind me. I'm a little bit too distracted right now.
You're a
so-
little too distracted with that. Okay.
It's not like I could do anything, really. You don't want me to do that medicine check, people, really. So, yeah, we're just gonna attack it. With the quarterstaff two-handed again. So this plus 2.
An 18, that'll do it.
And 28 plus 2,
18
9 damage.
damage.
This time.
18 and 6 is 24. I think this one might live. No, this is dead. This skeleton dies.
Oh,
You
nice.
bludgeon it to death with a great snapping of bone and just mostly bone. Just shatters in a very pleasant way to you. All right.
Excellent. And I still have my
Mm-hmm.
movement, so I'm gonna move over here.
Okay.
Pop
To
out.
engage this one. Gil, you're bleeding out.
I am. Yep. Let's roll a death save.
Let's roll that death save.
Come on, 20.
Right. That's 10.
That is a pass.
A pass.
Yep.
One
Solid.
success.
We're taking it.
All right.
Then I'll make
Yana,
mine.
it is your turn.
I fail.
You fail. That is one failure for Yana. Skeletons. This one is still vicious mocked, but I believe the bane goes away, right?
Yeah, because I'm unconscious. I can't concentrate anymore.
That is what I thought. But he still has disadvantage on his shot because of the vicious mockery. So let's go ahead and he will continue firing at Leon. Once they pick a target, that's just kind of what they do. Short bow. Disadvantage. Not advantage. An 11 on Leon. I don't think that'll
Does
do
not
it.
hit.
Yeah, it does not hit. This one here is not baned and not at disadvantage. And it is now in melee range with our good girl Hella. And so he will drop the bow, pull out the short sword, and attack. With a 12 to hit.
Is a miss.
All right, he misses. And that is our skeletal turns. Yenna's already bled out. Leon, what do you do?
All right. I'm going to come and aid fighting this bad boy over here. So I move. Oh, that's probably a bad spot. Let's just move here just because. Oh, all right, that works.
Okay.
And I'm going to punch the shit out of it. So
All right.
first strike,
Punch away.
16,
16 hits.
6 bludgeoning,
12.
Nice.
All right.
and then second strike.
Yep. That'll
Oh,
crit.
crit.
Oh, boy. For
So
8, 16,
16.
28. That is a
Maybe not
dead
that big.
skelly.
16.
Kick his skull out.
Nice.
Yeah, you have punched another skeleton to death. You're just leaving a trail of broken and battered bones around you. Very good. Anything left with your movement?
How far did I move? I didn't move that far, so I think I can move maybe another 15 feet. So I'm going to move towards
You
my...
were right here, and you moved here. 5, 10, 15. You have 10 feet left.
Alright, so I'll move 10 feet towards my downed allies.
Okay. Sounds good. Hella, your friends have just been battering these things to death. What do you do?
Right. I take it. I need to walk like this is a proper ledge, right? I
That is a
can't walk
proper
like
ledge,
this. I have
yes.
to go.
You argued for advantage and disadvantage on it,
Yes.
so
Yes.
it is a
Use
proper
I'm gonna
ledge.
go.
To pole vault up the ledge.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know what? With my luck today, no chance. I'm
No?
gonna
No
walk
pole
maybe up
vaulting?
here. And then I'm gonna walk 10 down here. So I'm gonna be here.
Okay, perfect.
Well, actually, I can charge it because I can't, like, attack it anyway. So I'm gonna...
Use your action to dash.
Just use the rest of your action
Yeah.
to get there, or movement to get there.
just gonna
Okay.
rush.
Awesome. You have entered you've entered melee range with that. Gil, go ahead and give me a death saving throw, please.
Death save. Another 12.
That's another
there
pass.
Nice.
Leon. No, not Leon. Yana, give me another death saving throw, please.
Ooh,
That is one
nice one,
pass.
Sean.
All
Well
right.
done.
Skeleton's turn. You have now engaged it in melee, so it will drop the bow and attack with melee. This is a 22 to hit you.
That is a hit, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, dang, that AC.
No, it's a hit, yeah.
For 5 damage.
Okay, taking that off.
And Leon, what are you doing?
All right, I'm gonna commit medicine.
Okay, please roll a medicine check.
Crit.
Oh, nice.
look at that.
So,
Let's go.
Gil, you are stable and no longer bleeding out. You will recover in 1 hour, 1 HP.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to start moving towards my friend behind the rock. So 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
It's a race to see who can get to me before I roll a 1.
Very good. That brings us to Hela. You are engaged in Mortal Kombat once again.
Yes. So we're doing the same thing with the quarterstaff as before. I'm not an expert quarterstaff fighter, but you know sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
You hit them with the long part.
Yes. Hit them with the blunt end, I guess.
Hmm.
A 12. That will miss.
That does have a +2. It's a 14, but it's still a miss, I think.
14 is a hit.
That's a hit. Yep, that's a hit.
Yeah, then it's a hit because it's my strength +2 for proficiency.
Okay.
Sweet. So rolling 1d8 +2. 10
That is 10.
damage.
Very nice.
20 down the road.
All right.
And I take it it's still up.
It is still up, but you have struck a crushing blow into it. Gil is stable. Yana, please make me a death saving
One.
throw.
Come on.
One thing, real quick. Bonus action, second win, please.
Fail.
Sure. Second
Okay.
wind. Yana, that is a second death save. You are 1 closer to failure. Hela gains 5 HP, and the skeleton brings its sword to bear once again against Hela. This time with an 11.
Oh, whiffed.
All right. Leon, are you gonna go commit some
All
more
right.
medicine?
Committing more medicine!
Go commit that medicine.
Don't you die on me!
Please, no one.
Give me that 1. Oh,
20,
okay.
baby!
Oh, nice.
All right.
You'll not die today!
Medicine checks, dude.
Yana is stable and no longer bleeding out, and will recover 1 HP in 1 hour.
Awesome.
Yeah, that worked out really well. Good medicine. Hela, it's your turn.
Yes. Yes. You would have guessed it, Greg.
I'm shocked.
Yep. Okay, so strength +2.
You gotta stick with the
23.
quarterstaff.
And then...
We're ditching the bow and going straight quarterstaff.
+2. Another 20 damage, Greg.
All
20
right.
damage on that skeleton.
It turns
we're
out the
looking.
skeleton had 41 HP. No.
God damn. God damn.
No,
he's
you
doing that on
crush the
purpose.
skeleton, turning it into dust. And once again, the air
Nice.
is silent and the night is still. So,
Holy shit.
you and Leon are the only 2 of your party members still left standing. Some badly hurt.
Right.
Members are unconscious. They will wake up in about an hour. If you're a proficient healer, you'll know that. If you are not, then you are unsure.
I have no fucking idea, dude.
Yeah. What do you do in the middle of the night? Your camp has been attacked by skeletons, and they kind of surprised you, snuck up.
First, I'm going to drag
It is
their
worrying.
unconscious bodies to their bedrolls and lay them on their bedrolls. Because I'm pretty sure the
Sorry.
bedrolls are not on fire anymore.
Yes.
Yes, I put my.
Then I'm going to turn to Hell and be like, pull it out. It's
I
Pull
still
it
have
out.
an arrow in my chest.
I
Okay,
don't
I
wear
will- I-
armor.
I
It's
will-
in the flesh.
Uh,
Pull it out.
it's fine. It's fine. I will assist with the pulling out of the arrow, but I also suggest that we move our location and that we will spend the rest of this, whatever short rest it is going to be for us of 1 hour, like squeezed into this corner over here, so that we can't be attacked by arrows from above, just in case there are going to be more skeletons. Because
Okay.
apparently they keep coming. You never know, right?
You
so
never
just in that
know.
case,
You never
Yeah.
know.
I'm
I wish
moving
I
all
had
the
more
tokens
cabbage
around
soup.
as people narrate what they're doing, and I just realized it's not showing up on the stream. I'm just over here playing with tokens for no reason.
yeah.
All right. So, how lucky are you feeling? No, it's fine. The rest of the night
No,
passes
I'm not rolling.
uneventfully.
If anything, Milman has to go next, because, like, fuck this.
You spend a tense long hour waiting for your companions to awake, and they finally do
When I wake up,
after an hour.
I'm immediately spending my hit die. I'll get 3 more HP back.
Okay, yeah. The night passes uneventfully. You can spend any number of hit dice that you have available to you, and at the end of the rest, you can recover up to 1/2 of your pool of them.
It's rounded up, right? Because we all only have 1 hit die.
Rounded up, yeah. Always rounded up.
I'll just spend my next one. I won't have it anymore, but I got to.
Do you add your constitution
You don't get to
modifier?
double dip the same die. You can spend a number of dice up to the amount you have in your pool, and then at the
And
end of
then
the
it
rest, you
replenishes.
recover a number of hit dice. You'd have to take a different
Oh,
rest
gotcha.
to use
Okay.
them. Right? So you can't spend a hit die at the beginning of the rest, and spend the other hit die. Like the same hit die. You spend
Okay.
from your pool, and then you recover from your pool.
Okay, so you spend.
Spend what
When?
you already have. If you have any left, you
You-
spend them.
Yep.
But that at the end of the rest, you get that dice back. Because
Okay, and then you can't spend them at the end.
Yes.
You only get one spend and 1 recovery, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you get your constitution modifier on hit points back, or just the die
Yes.
flat?
Yes, you
Okay.
do.
I feel like $1,000,000.
All right. So, you've had a long and arduous journey into the hills. You're close to the Red Willows. But you've also faced death here. What's the plan?
It's
I want to
regular
rifle
Tuesday.
through the pockets of these skeletons.
We've got all this
That-
lemongrass. We could hope that it'll keep the spiders off us when we go into the willow grove.
Sounds good.
I'm not going to do it though. I'm grievously injured. I will not be walking underneath spiders. Just to be clear.
Well, we can try to sneak in and get, the proof or the treasure out, even if it's like an entire chest we can't carry, but it's a possibility.
Courage can carry it, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're trying to get it quietly, if you lock the entire chest out there, it's not gonna go quietly.
Where was Courage in the skeleton fight? Mule kicks would have been
No. Courage
baller
does not
through
fight.
Courage,
that.
yeah. Battle mules are not available for purchase or starting equipment. You have to
Courage is chill. He doesn't even talk or listen yet.
you have
Alright?
to
You leave
train
him alone.
mules to become battle mules if you want one.
Do you want to be the test dummy? I can start training him today.
So I
How big
heard
were those
that
spider eggs, Greg?
Faye wanted to loot the skeletons before the dialogue
Yes.
started.
First
So-
things first. Yes.
The skeletons are really no more or less just a pile of bones with some metal scraps of armor on them. They have a short bow with a quiver of 15 arrows each. These are crudely made and seemingly of willow. And the arrows don't particularly have great craftsmanship. Some of them are notched or curved in some way. The short blades and...
No, so
The short blades themselves are notched and pitted and very clearly old, of some kind of craftsmanship that has been lost to time. Whether they were good when they were new or not, they are largely ineffective now. The skeleton metal plates are just seemingly random pieces of junk. But on the breast of each skeleton, there lies a more polished plate with an insignia painted upon it that looks something like a crown made of red blood drops. The paint is red, but the crown is seemingly put together of drops of blood. In terms of like material wealth, there is none on them, but that is what you find.
Right. But the coins don't have the same symbol on them, like the dwarven, like the coin that.
No, the
Yenna
dwarven
has, right?
coin has a different insignia than the crown of blood.
And the skeletons don't seem to be dwarven sized, you know.
No, they
my
seem
eye.
to be about humanoid size, like medium sized.
How big were the spider eggs that we've seen?
You never really got in and observed them. You just kind of saw sacs from afar, knowing the nature of spiders. Webbed
Right.
sacs tend to be eggs.
So are we going with my plan and burning the whole forest? I got a
I'm not
good
sure
belly
if
full
you
of fire.
can burn the whole thing.
I mean, webs burn great.
I mean, I could help with flaming arrows. It is a possibility.
Thoughts?
It could possibly just piss the spiders off, though. So,
It is possible. They might just all run up here and just murder us, you know.
Might just end up being attacked by a bunch of flaming spiders.
I guess
Mm.
if they
That
wouldn't
sounds
be
really
happy,
scary.
We could. You're sneaky, right, Leon? You
In
could
a
try and
sense.
do some reconnaissance into the grove, and I could set up lemongrass out here. Set up sort of like a warded area, and then if you have to run, you could run back here, and we could hope that they won't enter this area.
you're sending me to die. I'm in. I've made it past my quota.
Far past 10 minutes. Far past.
How far is it from the top of the ledge down towards where the trees are? Like if you're trying to stand on top of the.
Like, how far are you from the grove?
Yeah.
Probably like a couple miles. I wouldn't imagine you would have camped right next to the grove when you told me you moved away from
No,
them.
and if I was trying to go back to the grove, but I don't want to go down to the ground, I want to be above it, right? But like right next to it.
The like larger cliffs of the hillside aren't as severe when you get towards the grove. As the Golden Hills kind of go that direction, they become gentler. The steep cliff sides and ravines and rocky soil kind of give way to gentler sloping hills and like long waving wild grasses with a golden hue. The grove sits atop and around these like sloping hills with more fertile soils. So like you
So how much is
couldn't
that in
walk
feet,
a
right?
ravine all the way to it, right? The ravine that you're sleeping under would be a few miles back and wouldn't go that far.
So there's no high point from which we can aim down, is what you're saying.
Largely, no.
Okay.
I have a shovel. You can build a big trench.
I think if we want to get anything out of there, then one of us has to sneak in and take it out, because we're not going to be setting this entire grove on fire with just one beam of fire. It's not going to go up like a, like tinder.
It's fine. I will go and sneak in. I will take my shovel. He said it buried it.
Yes.
So I'm gonna have to dig it up. So, shovel, a torch, tinderbox, and I'll leave the rest of my stuff with you. There's plenty of food there. So if I die, you can make it back with courage. Give him a good life. Maybe get him a girlfriend. He can retire. All right?
I'm going to go at least close enough with you so I can provide you with some cover fire. in case something comes after you.
Oh, don't worry. I'm definitely going to run.
Yeah.
You'll
well,
see
I'm
a
not-
big puff of flame, and then half the forest that I breathe towards will catch on fire. Then I'm running. If I
Alright.
get some.
So the
Right.
plan here seems to be that Leon is going to strip down so he's unencumbered and sneak into the woods to find the
I
Red
could take
Willow.
my whole bag and not be encumbered.
Okay. The plan is for
Just-
Leon to go alone, leaving the party some distance away from the grove.
Yeah.
And to sneak in of their own
Mm-hmm.
accord, trying to find the Red Willow.
Yes.
Okay. The party. How far back from the grove are you staying? Are you staying within like line of sight? Farther? Right next to it?
A little ways back, line of sight, but like a little distance out. And I'm gonna start burning lemongrass so that there's the
Okay.
smell of that around.
Okay.
So
Absolutely.
I'm gonna be. Hold up. Where's my longbow?
I'm totally
600
soaking my
feet.
clothing in that shit. I'm just like soaking up that smoke.
Soaking
Smell
up the
like
smoke.
lemongrass.
All right.
Yep. Get all my
I'm gonna be
clothes thinking of it.
600 feet within the range of Millman.
600 feet. Okay. Very specific, that distance.
Yeah, that's my max. That's my range at which I can shoot. So if
All
something
right.
comes after him,
I believe that
I
is.
love sharpshooter with its. You can shoot at no penalty up to 600
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah. Okay.
If I can see it, I can hit it.
You are set up 600 feet from the grove, and you watch Leon slip his way in. The grove is sheltered.
Like 200 feet away, and she moves 400 feet farther from camp. Keep-
Perfect. Perfect.
I'm really excited for Leon to come running out of the grove like Lancelot and Monty Python and the Holy Grail, just like getting a little bit closer.
So, Leon, you slip into the grove. It is shadowed and sheltered from the sun. The slopes of the hills are still here. You notice immediately that the call of birds and the scuffle of kind of animal life that you've grown accustomed to through your travels in the Golden Hills is not apparent here. In fact, the entire grove is cool and still and silent. Immediately you're aware of webs strewn across
Yeah, I'm-
the hanging boughs of the willow and sacks tied up into the trunks of trees. As you step forward, you have covered yourself in lemongrass smoke to the best of your ability. You've tried to make yourself repugnant to the spiders. You don't see any. As you kind of glance through and you begin sneaking your way through the willow. How is it that you are attempting your like stealthy approach? Like what is it about Leon that is making him hard to find by these spiders or whatever else is lurking here?
Avoiding webbing.
Okay.
Because spiders are pretty nocturnal-ish,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't really respond unless you stir their web.
Okay.
And staying light-footed so that I don't make enough vibration to bother them. Because the
Okay.
hearing isn't great, the sight is average, and I don't want to wake up a whole fucking nest of spiders.
You begin walking through, looking for webs, trying very hard not to step in any or disturb them, keeping a very clean eye out. Go ahead and give me a. This is definitely stealth. It's definitely looking for things. And I think it's being smart, right? It's about avoiding something you know about spiders. I think this is an intelligence stealth check.
Okay, so roll -2. 5.
So you're marching along, doing your best to avoid webs, and you've gotten probably 10, 15 minutes in avoiding the webs. And suddenly you realize that you have been avoiding this one kind of long overhanging willow. You've seen a lot of web in it, and as you backed around it, you hear a crunch at the bottom of your feet, and you have stepped on this like sack of eggs deep in the
Oh,
ground.
fuck's
And the
sake.
webbing attached to it is all vibrating, and you are certain that you have disturbed the webs of a spider here, about 15 minutes deep into the grove. What do you do as you make this realization?
The traveler protect me. I'm fucked.
And then I'm going to just avoid being at that location and then trying to hide again.
You're gonna try to hide. You're trying to hide
Relocate and
physically.
rehide.
Relocate
Yeah.
and rehide. Okay. So as soon as you make this thought in your head, you go to hide. You hear spiders moving in the trees. You can see the movement coming your way, like a wave through the boughs, and you are going to attempt to hide. Go ahead and give me a stealth. What do you think for hiding physically? Is that dexterity? Is that...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say dexterity more
All
than
right,
anything.
you're going to try to hide yourself away in this grove under the grasses of the undergrowth or behind a tree trunk.
Yes, thank fuck.
That's pretty good.
All right. Very nice. You hide yourself
19.
away, and you see 6 giant spiders slide their way out of the trees. And they kind of begin walking around their strange scuttling ways. And they come to the place where the eggs were crushed. And one of them begins spewing forth a kind of like webbing over the top of these egg baskets, like almost protectively trying to recreate them. Another one begins slinking off into the trees, once again kind of creating the illusion of a wave through the boughs of the willows. But as you watch from your area of hiding, it seems it's beginning to draw a web, almost like a cage around the area. These other spiders seem to have a moment of consideration. 2 of them slink off, and they seem to be gone. 2 more slink off, and they seem to be gone. Now there's just 2 giant spiders. This one finishing the like protection of the eggs, and the other one creating a silk cage. You watch it as it goes around your hiding place, and then back behind you, and then around you. And it finishes as you're hiding here, unseen, undetected, but you know now that a cage of silk has bound you in. What do you do?
I'm going to still lay low. I'm going to continue to wait for them to just calm the fuck down, right? Once they, like, I'm going to wait, like, even if it's, like, half an hour, I'm going to wait for them to finish tending to the eggs, and when they start retreating again, I'll figure something out.
Okay.
Nice.
You wait 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. About this time, the one protecting the eggs seems to finish its job, and it scuttles its way into the like trees and bushes and this newly formed silk cage, and it sits there, and it just sits in the silk cage. The other one, having finished, does the same, and it just is there, slightly out of sight in the trees, but you've been watching it, you know. It's just there, just waiting.
All right, am I able to, with the silk cage, could I, like, crawl out of a gap in it?
You could potentially roll through it. Having stepped in the spider silk, you know that it's sticky and kind of gets on you, but it's not particularly strong. It's not going to stop you from going through it. But there is no space in which you could maneuver through what this spider has woven without disturbing it.
I could burn it, which wouldn't disturb it, but then they'd see the torch. The one that's in the cage with me, is it somewhere I can actually strike it?
There's 2 of them there. The one that was doing the eggs is just sitting on the silk, plainly in the open. And you could leave your hiding spot to strike it. The other has put itself somewhere in the willows, deep in the branches. It's harder to see, but because you watched it spin its cage, you know where it is, and can find it. But it seems a little bit more hidden. And both of them just seem to wait, unflinching, unmoving. Imperceptibly, time draws on as you consider.
Are they blocking the way I came in?
The cage is
Mama
like
spider?
all around you, right?
Yeah, but I'm more worried about direction. So let's say I'm like sitting here. I came from the right.
How
let's
lucky
say.
do you feel?
As lucky as I'm gonna get, I'm surrounded by spiders.
All right, roll me an unmodified d20, and we'll see if
right.
a spider is between you and where you came from.
Oh, I prefer it. 19.
You prefer it. You would think it was good luck if a spider was between you and the exit.
Oh yeah, because then I can breath weapon the cage open so I don't cover it in webs and then run.
All right. Well, you have good luck. So a spider sits directly in between your route out back the way you came and where your hiding spot currently is.
All right, I'm gonna make myself positioned as far as I can from the hidden one in the willow tree, and then I'm gonna line this first one up, and I'm gonna breath weapon it before trying to dash past it.
All right. You unleash a cone of fire.
It's
The
a straight
web
line.
burns is it a line or a cone?
Straight. I have straight line. Brass dragon is straight line.
Oh, you're brass, not red. Okay, fair.
No.
Yep. You fire a straight line of fire whoosh, right into the spider and the silk. The silk goes up immediately. Please roll damage on that giant spider. Where are the players? The players are still on the
9.
goals. 9 damage. All right. You breathe this weapon and you just start charging towards the spider. Let us see how much HP the spider has. I have forgotten. Giant spider. This spider.
Oh god, don't Google that. It's not beautiful.
I want to Google it now.
Don't Google it. It's not nice.
This spider is still alive. It has taken your 9 points of damage and it is just burning in the burning web, and you run straight for it. Let's go ahead and have a little roll of initiative.
Okay.
So we know who acts in what order, you or the spider.
All right.
All right, you go 12. The spider will
I go 12.
Not you, honey.
No,
You're
no.
not in the fight.
Why am I not
It's
in the
just me
fight?
here.
It's just
It's just me in
the
it.
spider and him. You let him wander 30 minutes into the grove somewhere.
I said 600 feet. Did you not listen to me?
Yeah, you're waiting outside the grove. He's been adventuring in here.
600 feet, easy shot. That's how it is.
No.
I love you.
Technically, if they
you're-
have any line of sight of it, sharpshooter ignores all cover that isn't total and gives
You
them
guys
max
waited
range.
outside the grove. He traveled 20 minutes or more into the grove. You don't see him. You let him
Okay,
go
right,
alone,
he's many minutes
right?
into the grove. Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
be out in a
I'm
minute.
just gonna make it more clear next time. Don't worry about it.
All right.
That's all right.
Leon, you
I
fail
felt
the
it was very
initiative. The
clear.
spider reacts first as you burst from your space of hiding, charging the spider, breathing your cone of fire. The spider takes it and it leaps at you with its spidery-like jaws, trying to bite down on its newly acquired dangerous prey.
Come on, monk. Save the day. Let's go.
It will bite you with a 13.
Does not hit.
Does not hit. All right. It places itself between, or its body is still between. It leaps at you. It doesn't hit you. You are still between it and the exit. The other spider reacts to the fire from the webs and begins climbing and moving towards you. It has 40 feet of movement. You just sprinted your full feet. I'm going to say that it doesn't get to you and attack, but this other spider comes racing up, and now you are surrounded by 2 spiders. It's your turn. What do you do?
All right. Is it in range for an attack of opportunity? The one that just came scurrying out.
Yes, they have used their whole. That one used its whole movement to get right up next to you, but it couldn't attack you.
All right. Disengage. I'm going to move around the one in front of me and run my full sprint speed away towards the way I came. But I'm trying to find a spot where only one of them can get through at a time to help my my
So you
chance
you
of
spend your action to disengage, backing away, doing your like monk team 6 action.
Yeah.
They can't bite you. You move 30 feet. I'll go ahead and give you a roll. It's not guaranteed you're going to be able to find a protective place, but you are in the woods, kind of. You're in this grove. There's spider webs and bushes and trees. Give me a survival wisdom check. Just no adjustments to it.
Okay.
20. You do. You find that. It's not that you're hidden or anything, but that you have found a place where only one spider could get at you at a time. Awesome. So you've disengaged. You moved your 30 feet. These spiders have 40 feet of movement. They become... They're big, like, long, gristly... feet, just making unnatural movements. You can see the hairs long and curled up close. One of them will bite at you. With a 16.
That'll hit.
All right. So please make me a Constitution saving throw versus poison.
13.
Ooh, can you get a +1 from anything?
A monk?
Lemongrass?
Yeah.
Lemongrass.
+1 for lemongrass.
Lemongrass would have kept them farther away, but it doesn't save versus poison.
Only thing I can think of is we're definitely well fed, but other than that,
all that cabbage just built up a resistance. All
I
right.
don't have anything. I don't have anything.
So go ahead and take 7 piercing and 8 poison damage.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm just fucked.
All right. And
I am
so
poisoned,
you're
unconscious.
not dead. You're actually unconscious. You will wake up in some number of hours, wrapped up in a spiderweb cocoon.
Perfect. Does that count as a short rest?
No, when you're unconscious, it is not a short rest. So, team not in the grove. An hour passes.
Do they see the plume of fire / smoke?
No, we don't
from
see
the-
anything. This has been established.
I don't know. It's possible that they could have seen... Nah, it's a line of fire, right? It's not like it went up above the tree
Yeah,
line.
but when you burn webbing or anything like that, it makes a lot of black smoke.
It's possible. You feeling lucky?
Oh, I'm feeling lucky.
All right. Roll me an unmodified d20.
18.
You guys start seeing smoke. Half an hour passes. 45 minutes passes. You guys are watching carefully. Dark black smoke, some indeterminable distance into the grove, begins to kind of pillow up out of the grove above the tree lines. What do you guys do? Do you think anything of this?
Yeah, I mean, he specifically said that he was going to do the fire breath if he had to run away. So I'm guessing at that point we're going to wait for a few minutes to see if he comes sprinting out of the trees, and if he doesn't, we're going to assume that he's been downed.
You wait a tense minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Nothing's stirring. Nothing's happening. How long do you wait until you make a move?
I'd say after about 10 minutes, because he was gone for 20, and that was with like a slow stealth. So if he's gone for like 10 without any like coming out of the trees after that smoke,
A tense 10 minutes go by. Nothing stirs from the forest. After about 10 minutes, the smoke kind of dissipates. Doesn't burn the entire forest down or every bit of webbing, but what has burned over 10 minutes has burned out at this point. You guys are left outside the grove now, once again still.
Can we approach to have a look at how much burn damage has been done to the grove?
If you go adventure inside and take a look. From your point outside of the grove, you haven't
I
seen...
get that we can't see anything. I'm asking, can I go there and have a look?
Oh, yeah, you can enter the grove. Yeah.
yeah, I'm in favor of going in after him.
All right. The party gathers together and goes in after him, attempting to find Leon. So, the three of you begin your trek into the grove. Once again, it is cool and still and silent. The like forest animals and birds and things that you would hear along the way are gone and absent from here. You see silk from the spiders wrapped around tree trunks and hanging from the boughs, though you don't see anything else inside the grove.
Okay, the second we see the first silk, I'm gonna take a shot at the first webbing I see.
Okay, you shoot the
I
webbing.
want to check whether there are gonna be spiders crawling out for us, because like if they're coming out at the very start, right? So grove first tree I see with webbing, I'm gonna shoot at it, because if the spiders are coming out of at us from this range, then going inside is just suicidal. We can't save them anyways. That's like my conclusion. So.
All right, you shoot the web. You shoot the web, and you must have hit an important part of the webbing, as you can see like whole strands of it fall from willows and swing in front of you. And after a tense breath of waiting, like a wave through the boughs, you can see movement coming towards that strand of silk.
Can I count how many like different things are moving through it?
Very hard to tell. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Wisdom.
19.
You get a good count, and there are 11 distinct movement patterns.
We're gonna book it. If it's 11, we're gonna book it.
Okay. You turn
At least
around.
I'm gonna book it.
You know what? If we're gonna book it, is there like a good section of this forest that looks like it's pretty clustered together, like an area of this grove that I could really fuck up with the Burning Hand spell?
Sure, you could probably burn down 2 or 3 trees really good. Yeah. Maybe with a nice wind it carries and you burn down a copse or something, but
We'll
Yeah.
hope for that. I'm gonna
Okay.
Burning Hands one of these trees.
all right. You point your hands together in the traditional fan, and fire erupts from them, bathing the trees.
I'm
They
bolted.
go up in flame. Yeah, you catch the trees on fire. You hear the popping and crackling of the like eggs as they like burst from their cocoons from the flame and the heat. And then you run away.
We're all running. Yeah.
And everyone runs away. And the spiders don't follow. You run away from the grove and are safely upon the other side.
That seemed like a lot of spiders to me.
Yeah.
So,
Did anybody see a red willow in there?
not you.
'Cause
You
I didn't
three
see one.
did not get far enough in to really determine whether or not there was a big red willow.
No, on my luck, the one it hit on was the red willow.
You were close.
Well-
you would have found
Yep.
it. You just stepped in some eggs because bad rolls, man.
Yeah, I know.
So, what's the plan, gang? You've left Leon to his undetermined spider fate. The three of you, are you giving up on your quest and returning home? Or are you doing something else out here?
I'll leave it up to Hella if she thinks we can take the grove of spiders.
There were how many spiders you said?
I counted 11.
11?
Yeah.
And they were, how
least a
big do
dozen.
you figure they were?
Pretty big. Probably not man-sized, but very large.
They were bigger than me, I can tell you that.
Maybe comparable.
Well, I hate being the person to leave people behind, but I don't think we can save them.
Okay.
I tried lighting the tree on fire. I guess we could wait around and see how well it catches. Because if we burn a significant chunk of that grove down, I could probably try it again. So I've got a second burning hands available. Because if I'm going to be able to like burn down this grove, it's an option.
Can I ask, the burning hands, is that magical fire?
It is.
Yes.
Is there any way, I mean, I do have an absolutely normie bow, but is there any way I can use Yana's magical burning hands fire and the first tree she burns down to light my arrows on fire and to spread the fire further from here?
I do have common clothes in my bag.
Can you shoot your arrow in such a way that it catches the fire from burning hands?
No,
and then
I would like
spreads it?
stand next to the tree she set on fire.
I could
right?
I could just start. That's very doable actually. So to make an arrow that lights on fire, you can't shoot it like max. It probably go like half distance, like 300 feet max. But yeah, no, like soaking rags in oil and wrapping them around arrowheads was like a way that you would light arrows on fire. It wasn't common because you don't shoot them fast, but it was a good way to light things on fire.
I agree with that. I'm just
Well, but I also have a lantern that could be used for that.
Okay.
So I don't even think we need the burning
So your
hands.
goal is to set trees on fire, stand there with like cloth and oil, soak it, start it on fire, shoot arrows into the trees,
Well,
and
the
burn more of them.
the bard would soak it, wrap it, hand it to me, I take a shot, right? So this is like a teamwork sequence going on.
I hold the fire. The
So
bard.
I think
preps
that
the
you could
arrows.
create a very nice fire. The idea that you're going to burn down like a mile or a half mile worth of grove is ambitious, right? Like you could do it if it was particularly dry and like the wind caught, right? But outside of that, I think what you would end up doing is burning down like a copse or like just like a portion of the grove. I don't think you
worth the
are
job.
burning down the whole thing. All right.
Now, I know I'm not the tactician that either of you two are, but can I just clarify for a moment? Our goal here is to burn down the forest that Leon is in somewhere without knowing where he is, yeah?
Yes.
And this helps him in what way exactly?
He might live. Probably better than being digested in spider juices if it's not.
I'm not 100% certain that's true. Burning to
Unbrushed
death is a
dragon.
pretty terrible way to go.
I mean, technically, we don't need to burn down the entire thing. We just need to scare the spiders away.
It's
Right,
true.
but we
From
don't know
outside.
where in the forest he is, so we might just be burning Leon to death and leaving all the spiders well enough alone.
Well, he's gonna die if we leave him here. Do you have a better
It's true.
idea?
We don't have another way in.
Maybe those
I
birds.
doubt they're not gonna digest him until someone else comes across.
Maybe we should just call the giant eagle people that we saw.
You think they like spiders? Either we abandon him or we try the fire. Either way,
I think
like,
the fire
he
is
might
a good
die.
idea.
Okay. So let me just recap plan. You're gonna stand outside the grove. Yana's gonna burning hands like a
I
nice...
don't. I just have a lantern available that's lit with like I have lamp oil that we can use to soak the rags.
Okay.
I can light my
So
lantern.
no magical fire. You're just going to sit
don't even need
outside the grove. You're going to use as much lamp oil as you can to set as many
I've got
flaming arrows
four,
as you can.
4 pints of lamp oil. So
Okay,
I got
and
plenty.
you're just going to shoot as many flaming arrows into the trees as possible.
I guess as many as Hella has in arrows.
Okay.
Well, how
Um,
many shitty skeleton arrows did we have? 20, you said?
There was 15 on each of the skeletons, and you slew 6 skeletons. Assuming the ones that hit you didn't get recovered because of their shoddy quality, I'm going to say, like, you're going to lose, I don't know, 8? Or, yeah, we'll call it 8. So you have arrows for days, approximately.
Okay.
The final math comes out to a ton of arrows.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so rather than have you shoot a bunch of arrows and rolling stuff, let's just call this like one big plan, right? It has been assisted by Yenna and Gil, and so Hell is the one carrying it out. What is this? What is the arsonry skill here? I think this is intelligence is the attribute because you are smartly like creating this fire burning apparatus, creating flaming arrows, and you're trying to use it to light up the forest. I use intelligence.
Only
lightly.
you can prevent forest fires.
Nature.
Yeah, I was gonna say nature.
Nature?
Is the only thing I can
I'm
think
shit
of.
at all these things. It doesn't even matter. But with nature, you
Might
can
work.
maybe assist. So
I
don't
can
know.
assist with nature, so would I be able to give advantage?
I want Hella to make me a intelligence nature check, at advantage, and we're gonna set the DC to. Is your goal to burn down the entire grove? Is that the goal?
I think the goal is to burn it down, like, until I don't know. Can we like? We don't know approximately where the smoke came from, right? That's the goal.
You could half at, like, you could give it a college try. Like, yeah, it was about
Yeah,
there.
just like about half of
Okay,
it.
so
know,
you want
plus
to
I'm not the
burn the
smartest
grove
person.
down to the
Half the
point
grove.
that you saw the smoke from. Okay,
Exactly.
so I think that's an easier
I'm just
DC.
ballparking it.
I'm gonna call that DC 18. So give me an
Right,
intelligence.
easy.
Give me an intelligence nature check at advantage for DC 18.
Here comes the
It's
crit.
not gonna matter.
If you pass DC 18, then you do what you want. You burn down exactly that much of the forest in a raging firestorm, and it's great. If you pass DC 12, no, DC 13, that's -5. DC 13, you start a really good fire and you burn a lot of the forest, but it doesn't get as far as you want. And if you fail DC 13, then, like, you burn down a few trees.
Oh, we're done here, boys.
All right, we're heading back.
So you burn down a number of trees,
Yep. We're heading
but
back.
it doesn't
Goodbye.
spread the way
Turning
you
around.
want.
Goodbye.
GG,
We're heading back to the
GG.
tavern. We tried, guys.
All right.
Sorry,
All right.
Millman.
So I know that
Instigators.
I know that we are close to a cutoff point for Sean. So we probably don't have enough time to adventure our way all the way back. So here is the option for you. We can sacrifice half of the GP value of all treasure obtained and half of all experience obtained, and you can summon Sohui, the keeper of the Logris and god of the Forgotten Ways, and he will open those Forgotten Ways to you to get back to town. Otherwise, your characters are lost at adventure and will need new ones next time.
We could also just have
Wow.
our guys be out in the wilds for a while, right? And then we could come back and revisit them, if that's the thing that works. for
If
you.
there was still adventure to be had, then I would say yes. The way I have the rules is, if you still have adventure to do, then yes. But you are out of adventure. You have given up on your
Sacrifice
goal
half
and
of
you are
your gem
returning
and half
home.
of the shitty arrows. It's not gonna matter.
All right. So
Okay. The only thing we really got that was worthwhile gold-wise was that gem. for
the
arrow.
precious gem was worth 1,000 GP.
Okay,
So
we'll keep half the gem.
you
totally get that.
keep 500 GP worth of gem that you can trade back at the market for fair gold pieces. The 500
You better gonna
GP,
split that shit, by the way.
the 500 GP will be split between the three of you evenly.
Okay.
Any like leftover gets taxed by the, like, if there's like a rounding error, that's just taxed to the gem collector. You would have gained 425 XP each after a party death, but we're sacrificing half of that. So brain's not working. Gonna just do it in a calculator.
212 and a half.
All right, you take 213 experience each for your surviving members.
I'm pretty sure level 2 is at 300, right?
Yes.
So,
Nailed it.
womp.
Missed out on a level up. But the old ways shift and open, and a laughing god with a long flowing beard and wild eyes cackles as he takes willingly of half your diamond and your, like, spiritual energy as the Logris twists and turns and shapes itself in an odd way, and you travel it back home safely to Farfield Keep. Excellent! I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. And I hope to see you guys back another time on the show. For the rest of you watching in Twitch chat, this marks the beginning of the this marks the beginning of the West Marches campaign, Land Beyond the Mist. We will be exploring this wild and crazy place full of secrets and terrifying things, as along with some cute things along the way. I will give the Roll20 link out in my Discord soon, and I will open up the party looking for groups chat. If you want to play or join in any way, check out my Discord and read up, and hopefully there'll be more of this to come with and anyone who wants to play. I'm just excited. I've always wanted to do this. Guys, anything you want to shout out or say before we reach the end?
I think obviously Dan not being here is why we failed so spectacularly
Yeah.
today. He was the glue that made us effective.
Yeah, shout out to him.
Yeah.
The one goal I had was not to die.
Well, you technically succeeded.
You technically succeeded.
Yeah.
You
You're
have
still
been
alive.
poisoned, and you are unconscious in a web, and maybe or you're effectively dead. Like you're my character now. But
you're missing an action. A quest to rescue you will go up on the job board for people in town.
Okay, very good. Write that up and tell me what you're willing to pay, and we'll put it on there.
We'll give them this 1 gold coin that we stole from.
Oh my god. This is poor cabbage salesman. All
I'll
right.
laugh if somebody actually does do the quest, saves Leon, and then I can play Leon in the future, and he just hates spiders.
Right.
So Leon is my character for now, and we'll see if we meet him again in this capacity or another one in the future.
Yeah,
Sounds
Leon
good.
now knows the most about this quest. So, yeah, my name's Michael Loving. I play D&D with Greg very infrequently. Much more frequently, I play Harathax in the first season of the League of Ultimate Questing podcast. We just started our second season in which I play Halifan Orison Jr., who is a Paladin Aasimar. And I do also, even more infrequently than I play with Greg, play our Univar in the God's Fall podcast. You can catch. I have a link tree actually. I guess I could drop into chat, but
Feel free.
yeah, I will do that. I will find it and then I will do that.
All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, that's me. Link dot. Nope. I don't know. I'll find it.
Nice.
Ignore me now. I'm gonna mute myself. I attempt to use my brain.
All right. Shout outs for
Anybody else
anyone.
gonna plug?
Yeah, that was my question.
No? Alright, well, you can catch me on Twitch. I stream every day. You will catch me in any time zone. I stream ridiculous amounts of hours. I would love to play more D&D, but sadly it's not in my huge list. My normal thing used to be Sundays, pretty much all day was D&D. I'd start here, then go to somewhere else, and then have my own show at the end. And it used to be 14 hours of D&D a day. And now I'm down to nothing. So you can catch me playing. Lately, I've been playing Anno 2070. I've been playing some League and Battlefield, depending on if the boys are harassing me for games or not. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch. It's just Millman. I managed to get the name because somebody retired their account, and I got my ideal name.
Nice.
Yeah. If you're from America, I will stream your evening. If you're from Europe, I'll catch you in the morning. And if you're in Australia, I will see you all day. There you go.
Excellent. Well done. All right. Well, thank you very much for everyone playing with me. It was great to get all the Seekers back together, and I'm excited for the future. Have a great rest of your day, nights, weeks, whatever it is till I see y'all again. Chat, you do the same. We'll catch y'all next time. Peace, everybody.